So we're going to just go ahead and wait for the chair to arrive. So we'll be getting started shortly.
And began the meeting until the chairperson's here. With that, I call this meeting to order at approximately 9:08 a.m. And with that, I'll ask Mr. Mendoza to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Commissioner Mendoza.
The United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, we will do roll call.
Commissioner Shaw?
Here.
Commissioner Getzelman?
Here.
Commissioner Work?
Here.
Commissioner Gonzalez?
Here.
Commissioner Mendoza?
Here.
Commissioner Deal?
Here.
Commissioner Roberts?
Here.
Commissioner Daniels?
Here.
And we do have Commissioners Gomez and Commissioner Monsalve out today. Chair, you have a quorum.
Thank you. I think it's time for, if I didn't lose my place, it's time for the secretary to offer instructions on how to participate remotely.
Thank you. Yes, so only staff and committee members, if you're joining by Zoom, should have videos on. Members of the public should have their video turned off unless you are presenting. This will help with bandwidth and reduce distractions. Staff will help monitor and turn off videos as needed. All meeting participants have the raise hand function at the bottom of the center of their screen. And there are some instructions that have gone up on the Zoom screen for those who have visual. Attendees will be unmuted by staff when called upon by the chair. We do ask you keep yourself muted unless you are presenting. So to mute yourself on the Zoom, there's a mute button at the bottom of the screen that looks like a microphone. Via phone, to mute yourself or unmute, you press *6. To participate during the public comment period on the Zoom platform, you can raise your hand by opening the reactions button of your screen and clicking on the raise hand icon. If you're here in person and you wish to speak, You can submit a speaker card by coming up to come up to the front during the public comment for the item that you are here to comment on. Please do not speak outside of public comment period unless otherwise summoned by the chair. And if you are summoned, please come up to the podium. For those on a telephone, either a mobile or a landline, you can raise your hand and lower your hand by pressing *9. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Secretary, and I do want to thank Commissioner Gonzalez for ably getting going, and I apologize to everyone for being late. I believe this is the time set aside for public comments on items that are not on today's agenda, but that are within the purview of the Planning Commission. If there's anyone here who would like to come forward and speak on such an item, please feel free to do so at this time. Seeing no one, we have a couple of hands up on Zoom for items that are not on today's agenda. I'm seeing a number of them. Madam Clerk, I see 4. Is that the number that we have? You see anybody else?
Yes, we do have 4 hands up on Zoom, and I do see one of them is Lisa Baca. We actually did receive an email for items not on the agenda from her, stating their opposition on the actions taken by the Pebble Beach Company on March 4th, 2024, to permanently close the Pebble Beach Equestrian Center effective June 30, 2024. This public comment has been printed and distributed, but I'll go ahead and give her a chance to speak as well.
Very well. Let's hear from Lisa Baca, please. You'll have 3 minutes.
Good morning, Lisa Baca. I am supporting the Pebble Beach Equestrian Coalition. My brothers and sisters who ride there now are at a loss for how they've been handled. 100 years of history, culture, legacy, and land that has been zoned equestrian usage with the Pebble Beach Equestrian Center. Since 2013, when the Pebble Beach Company took over operations, there's been no county inspectors for planning, health department, supervisor's office. They failed to come and review the decay and the unsafe conditions that have been allowed for the past 11 years to deteriorate at the Pebble Beach Equestrian Center. In 2013, when the Pebble Beach Company took over operations, they filed plans with the Planning Commission that were for a brand new facility that was never built. It is currently still on file because we found it doing a public search. The Pebble Beach Corporation is a $3 billion company. They have 8 golf courses. The Pebble Beach Equestrian Center is the last equestrian facility. We are asking the Planning Commission to place a formal agenda item that allows the public to address the concerns of the lack of equestrian facilities currently in Monterey County in the Pebble Beach area. We also ask that the Planning Commission review the zoning and honor the 100 years of equestrian zoning and find a shared compromise for a peaceful coexistence between golfers, equestrians, and the people who teach riding to the next generation for the next 100 years. It is your duties as commissioners to ensure that the next 100 years of access for people to not just ride the trails, but people who don't own horses be allowed to rent horses and enjoy the coastal trails that the only way you get there is through the Pebble Beach Equestrian Center. And we ask that you help us in creating a public forum that we have been disenfranchised from speaking. Nobody is putting this on the agenda or standing for us. And this is equestrian zone land from the Pebble Beach company before they sold it for 100 years. So please look at the packet that was sent over. There is precedence. This is zoned equestrian. It is not for golf storage and golf carts. There is a way to peacefully coexist, but another golf special event center, after having so many golf courses, is not what is needed.
I apologize,
thank you very much.
But I need for you to, thank you for summing up. I appreciate your comments. We have a hand up from Sarah Clark. Ms. Clark, would you like to speak?
Yes, thank you. Good morning. My name is Sarah Clark. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, great. My name is Sarah Clark. I'm an attorney with the law firm of Shute Mahali and Weinberger, and I represent Keep Big Sur Wild. I'm speaking on an item related to the Big Sur Coast Land Use Plan, but not on one of the agendized topics for the item 3.
We will have opportunities for general comments on that plan at that agenda workshop. So if you would not mind waiting, we can do it in context. I would very much appreciate that.
Okay, so we're permitted to make comment at that time on items that are not on the listed list of topics?
Yes, ma'am. We'll have opportunities for comments on anything you think we should hear about the Big Sur Land Use Plan.
Okay, thank you. I
You're
appreciate it.
welcome. I have a hand up from a Kirsten Stember. Ms. Stember, would you care to speak for 3 minutes?
Yes, thank you very much. My name is Kirsten Stember, and I am a homeowner behind the Pebble Beach Equestrian Center. My family has had property there for just under 50 years. I grew up as a child there. My dreams are there. My family's dreams are there. We had horses there. I worked there. It started my whole career. I led horseback riding tours.
I'm having some trouble with your audio, ma'am. Can we just hold on a second?
For the sea. I create programming
There you go. Okay.
for the youth. The Pebble Beach management over the years. I rode there when the Collins, Richard Collins was there. I rode there and worked there under B and Derek DeGrazia. Derek built the Olympic cross-country course in the last Olympics. I have seen the infrastructure of the Pebble Beach Equestrian Center be destroyed since the Pebble Beach Company took it over. They have made it very difficult for instructors. They have made it very difficult for the boarders. Margaret Layton, when she left, she was the architectural review person at the Pebble Beach Company. Amazing woman, handed them programming, handed them beautiful flyers. She thought, everything was going to be great. She feels very betrayed. I wish she could be here. I can send you letters from her and so forth, for flyers were created for public coastal access. There's equine therapy for children. It's a gem. The Zone 100, it's 100 years of equestrian happening. So the community is outraged. There are thousands of people there. This is global because people love the Pebble Beach Equestrian Center. What we want is we want the staff. We want the opinion of the land use policies. We'd like them to be interpreted because we're reading them very differently than the Pebble Beach Company.
I apologize for the technical difficulties, but I think we were able to get the gist of your comments, and we appreciate those.
We've sent them in. There are restrictions on the property. It's zoned equestrian. We'd like someone to look at the zoning and interpret the facility was being maintained.
Thank you. We appreciate that. And we'll take that
we would
for
just like
advisement.
us to be on the agenda so that the beautiful history.
I think that you may have trouble hearing, but your time is up, and we do understand your comments, and we will certainly give good consideration to them. Thank you very much. I have a hand up here from an A. Kelly. Would you care to speak for 3 minutes?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Hi. Hi, I'm calling. Thank you for hearing our comments on this matter. I'm calling to advocate on behalf of the Pebble Beach Equestrian Center, which, as you have heard, is scheduled to close in June. I'm asking that you please investigate, intervene, and stop this closure because there appears to be a pattern of sabotage by the Pebble Beach Resort to justify closing the center. On top of the distressing information that the last user mentioned, it seems that the Pebble Beach Resort has been running it into the ground financially to create a false pattern of evidence of failure that they can use to support this agenda. And I believe that agenda, it appears to be closing the center so they can exploit the facility and land to expand the golf course. But what I don't understand is why both entities can't exist side by side. It appears that they're sabotaged because there's been no public outreach, no public engagement, and a pattern of deliberate rejection of income opportunities, including the rejection of a contract with Longines to stage a horse show, which is a world-class equestrian horse show circuit produced by the Longines Watch Company. Longines sponsors some of the most celebrated horse shows all over the world, and their circuit is so successful that their events regularly generate multi-millions with each show, including direct impact to each locale. And a recent example of this just took place in Dublin, Ireland, where one show generated 50 million euros to the local economy. This is not confined to Longines. Rancho Viejo Riding Park in San Juan Capistrano commissioned a study in 2022 that showed a series of horse shows that they annually host generated $62.5 million each year. And so again, I mention these because we learned that the Pebble Beach Resort rejected a bid from Longines to stage a horse show at the center. Horse shows are only one way, though, that the equestrian center can make money. And the reason I mention this is because the Pebble Beach Resort claims that the facility cannot make money, but that's simply not true. Real world examples exist that show that the center can and should not be only viable, but profitable. The LA Equestrian Center in Los Angeles struggled financially for years, and they recently brought in ASM Global to run their facility. They're a business with a proven successful track record of management and operations around the world, including world-class equestrian centers. But that's just one company, and there's others who could take over and resuscitate the center here. I suggest these because it seems clear that the center is being poorly managed. And if the facility does indeed close, we're going to lose vital horse boarding options for locals. And as you've heard, a facility, excuse me, that's seen a century of this history and positive contribution to the community, access to riding, training, an important community hub, tourism dollars from visitors who come ride the coastline on the rescue horses. The trail horses there are, excuse me, are mostly rescue horses, and they'll also lose their forever homes. There isn't anywhere local that's easy for people to board, so access to boarding will be lost, jobs will be lost, and of course the trail string will face an uncertain future. It's very difficult to place rescue horses right now. And
can I get you to sum up, please? Thank you very much. Appreciate your comments.
Yes.
I have also a hand up from Jack Lagier. Pardon me if I've mispronounced your name. Would you like to speak for 3 minutes?
Yes, please. And I'm speaking on item 5, but I would like to speak now if that's okay because of my work schedule. Would that be all right?
I apologize, but we can't do that. We really need to have the agenda item all together. I understand, and as I say, I apologize for that. If you'd care to send us a note, we promise, even if it's on the email that was registered, we'll be certain to continue that or to consider that.
Okay.
I think the clerk's going to give that address once again.
I sent it in this morning at about 7 a.m.
Okay, I'm told that was received, so we will have a chance to see it. Thank you, and I apologize.
You're welcome. Thanks. Bye.
Are there any other members of the public who would like to comment at this time, either in the chambers or online, on a matter that is not on today's agenda? Madam Clerk, we have any emails on this topic that we need to reference?
Through the chair, we do have 2 emails received regarding the objection to planned construction near Highway 68 and Olmsted and Gardens Road. The 2 emails are from Diane Hennington and Glenn Hennington, and those will be distributed as well.
Thank you. Seeing no more hands up and nobody coming forward in the chambers, I'm going to close the section on public comment on items not on today's agenda and move to agenda additions, deletions, and corrections. Madam Clerk?
Yes, we received correspondence which was distributed for agenda items number 3, REF 210024, Big Sur Coast Land Use Plan Update. Agenda item number 4, PLN 230064, Roberts, Brian, and Adrian Trust. Agenda item number 5, PLN 220352, Chun Tao Ma and Ning Zhang Trust. Agenda item number 6, PLN 160856 and PLN 230308, Mayor Ted and Rainer Richard Scott.
Thank you. I'd also have been told by the secretary that due to some new information that I believe the staff, or is the staff or the applicant is requesting a continuance on item number 6.
Yes, staff will be.
Okay, staff is requesting a continuance on item number 6. I'd like to ask staff just briefly to say why they're asking for that so that we can move it. I'd like to move it forward to after item number 2, if that is possible, so we don't have to have those people wait. Item 6 is the Mayor Ted H. and Rainer Richard Scott application in Paula, Colorado. Is anybody in staff here that can speak? That is a staff request. I think the secretary said so. So would the commission have any objection to my moving that in place of item number, before item 3 and after item 2? Thank you. So let's say that that is done. That being said, I believe we are at the moment when we can ask commissioners for their comments, requests, or referrals. Commissioners, do you have, Commissioner Shaw?
Thank you. I just wanted to follow up on the Equestrian Center comments that were received, and I guess just ask staff or fellow commissioners, if that's in our purview, what can we do about that? Can we give any feedback to the public if this is maybe not the correct place for them to be addressing this at this time? I don't feel comfortable just letting their comments kind of hang without being addressed at all. So if someone else can speak to that with more knowledge than I have.
Sure, Commissioner Shaw. I think what you're asking for is a referral to staff to take a look at the situation and come back with where we can do something or not do something. Does that make sense?
Yeah, and I think staff heard the concerns, and I think what we can do is follow up with the individuals who've raised it to us and investigate whether or not, if it's inconsistent with the existing agreements or existing LUP, and follow up on that. If you would like us to come back and report back to the commission, we can do that and take it as a referral. Absolutely. So we'll capture that as a referral.
So my understanding is that will come back under a later agenda item so that we can have a good conversation about it when we know more. Thank you. Commissioner Shaw again?
Sorry, thank you. Can I follow up on that? I know that staff is absolutely slammed, so I know these referrals can take a long time. And I'm just wondering what the timeline might be on that, considering there are people who are currently looking for alternative boarding for their horses. So there is a little bit more of a rush, I guess, to address those concerns.
Ms. Beretti?
Yeah, I mean, I think not having fully digest the issue, I don't know that we can commit to a timeline. I think my take on the circumstances, we can do a fairly quick review of the existing agreements that the county has, as well as generally of our land use and the zoning, to see if there's anything that is clearly kind of out of step or in violation of anything that is clear in terms of a broader interpretation of whether or not the transition is allowed and consistent with the LUP. That would probably take a little bit more time. So I think we can do a preliminary analysis to see if there's anything that jumps out as perhaps in violation or outside of clear consistency with agreements and policies within the next couple of weeks.
Yeah, and through the chair, I'll add, I think the initial consideration needs to be, is this something that's even in our purview? So I think we can come back with that relatively quickly.
Perfect. Thank you. Does that answer your question, Commissioner?
Yes, thank you.
Other commissioners, comments, requests, referrals? Commissioner Mendoza?
Yes, I'm going to make a quick comment in reference to homeowner insurance. And I'm sure that quite of us have been kind of witnessing what's going on, and it's very concerning, especially since we have some of our local residents that have been retired for 15, 20 years that are on a fixed income, whatever amount of money they were making. But it's very concerning that the homeowners insurance has gone up, 500-600% depending on where you live. And I'm just wondering in the county level, what can be done if there's anything that that we can do, or a recommendation we can make, or something that will help. Because if it comes down to a situation where a person's on a fixed income and they don't have enough money to pay for the homeowner insurance, and heaven forbid there was a catastrophe where they lose their home, they're done. I'm very concerned, and I've been thinking about that a lot, and I thought I would share that with my fellow commissioners and also the county staff, and to see if there's anything that can be done, just because not every, like we've always looked at properties, and not every single property is the same. You might have one property owner that really takes care of his property and trims down the trees to have a really safe perimeter around their house, and you might have a neighbor that doesn't, and it just seems like it's just like a one size fits all. If you live on a specific area and you're a high fire danger area, and you're whatever scale they use, you're a 13, it should not be that way. I think there should be a way where somebody can come out and analyze that property and say, well, wait a minute, he's cut back the trees, he's cut back the grass, he has a really good fire perimeter around his property. He should be graded differently than somebody that doesn't do anything. So I'm just voicing my opinion. I don't know what can be done. I'm asking the chair for a little bit of guidance, and anybody that can kind of help us out with the situation, I think would really be beneficial. Thank you.
Thank you. I just was talking to the secretary, and we didn't see an immediate land use connection that would make a referral that made sense, but I think the secretary is willing to flag this issue for the assessor and anybody else in county government that they think might be interested, and just raise it kind of as a matter of courtesy from the comments.
Yeah, to see for there are other departments that I think work more directly in that area. Not knowing much, I believe sort of that purview of insurance and coverage happens more at the state level, however. But I'm happy, I'll relay it to see if there is any nexus with other county departments potentially.
Thank you, I really appreciate that.
Thank you. Other commissioners? Seeing none, I'm going to close that section of the agenda and move to the approval of the consent calendar today. Are there any comments on the consent calendar? Everybody okay with the consent calendar? Are there any members of the public that wish to speak to that item? Seeing none, I don't see any hands on Zoom. Madam Clerk, do we have any hands or emails?
There are no emails, and
I'm not missing any hands.
No hands on Zoom.
Thank you. That being the case, I'm going to go ahead and close the public comment, bring it back to the commission on the matter of the consent calendar.
I'd like to move approval of the consent calendar.
Is there a second?
Second, Kate Daniels.
It's been moved by Commissioner Daniels and moved by Commissioner Gonzalez and seconded by Commissioner Daniels that we go ahead and approve the consent calendar as presented. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, can we move forward and have a vote? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed, please say no. And the motion carries. The consent calendar is approved. That moves us along to our scheduled matters, starting with agenda item number 2, PLN 230261, 3196 LLC, and I believe staff is going to speak to us about a recommendation for continuance. Staff?
Morning, Chair Deal and Planning Commissioners. I'm Kayla Nelson, the project planner for PLN 230261. Prior to this hearing, it was determined that the proposed restoration plan did not adequately address impacts on Monterey cypress habitat. Therefore, staff is recommending that the Monterey County Planning Commission continue the hearing of this item to a date uncertain to allow the applicant time to provide adequate information regarding the proposed restoration plan.
Thank you. Is this and the date certain proposed by anybody at this point?
I left the date uncertain just to allow time for the applicant to provide sufficient information and not lock them into a specific time frame.
Okay, and that would require renoticing all that
Correct.
stuff. Okay. Commission, any comments, questions for staff? Commissioner Daniels?
Yes, through the chair, just because my curiosity is piqued. This is in Paula, Colorado Canyon, and there's, which one is this?
No, this is in Del Monte Forest.
Oh, now I understand.
Off a 17-mile drive.
Now I understand the habitat question. Okay, thank you so much.
Yes, you're welcome.
And I know it's hard with all these things going on. Anybody else have questions, clarifying questions for staff? Seeing none, is there anybody in the audience who would like to speak on the matter of the continuance? Please come forward. You'll have 3 minutes. Is Mr. Lombardo's microphone on?
I can yell louder. There we go.
There you go. Thank
Good
you.
morning. We just learned about the desire for more information within the last week, so we're scheduled a meeting to get the additional information to staff, so the continuance is fine with us. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other members of the public who would like to speak on this matter? Is there anybody on Zoom? And do we have any emails, Madam Clerk?
There's nobody with their hands raised on Zoom and no emails.
Thank you. That being the case, I'm going to close the public comment on this matter and bring it back to the commission. Commissioners?
I'm happy to move the continuance. I'll second.
Commissioner Daniels has moved continuance to a date uncertain. It's been seconded by Commissioner Roberts. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. And the matter will be continued to a date uncertain. That brings us to our moved item, which was item number 6, and it is PLN 160856 and PLN 230308. Meyer Ted H. and Rainer Richard Scott. Those names are backwards, of course. And I believe staff was going to talk to us about that. Once we find,
Thank you, Chair.
we have you here. Thank you.
Yes, I'm the assigned planner, Mary Israel. A letter directed to the Planning Commission came into county on March 17th. It repeats earlier concerns with water source and unpermitted grading that county had reviewed and found was able to address in the staff report and through the proposed entitlements. But for the first time, however, the public comment letter included a contention that the applicant had cut down hundreds of trees. In the short time since the comment letter came into the Planning Commission and staff has researched the possibility that trees were removed without benefit of permits. These tree removals were not part of the code violation that the combined development permit before you was designed to remedy. No one reported this additional removal to code enforcement, but also there was no forest management plan presented to staff that included description of these trees. It is possible that all the trees were standing dead, but details are not known at this time. Given that the current project description only includes the removal of 3 madrone trees and the status of the additional trees that were removed is not known, staff is not recommending approval or even hearing of this proposed combined development permit and the subsequent lot line adjustment in this hearing. Therefore, staff requests the Planning Commission continue the agenda item 6 to a date uncertain for the applicant to submit additional materials, staff to research and do analysis, and potentially amend the mitigated negative declaration.
Thank you, Ms. Israel. Are there any clarifying questions for staff from the commission at this time? Seeing none, is there anyone in the audience who would like to speak on this matter? I see no one in the chambers. Madam Clerk, do we have anybody online or any comments on the email?
We do not have any hands raised on Zoom and no emails.
Thank you. And that being the case, I'm going to close public comment, bring it back to the commission. Commissioners, what's your pleasure? Don't all jump at once.
I'd like to move staff's recommendation.
Commissioner Roberts has moved. Is there a second? Commissioner Mendoza seconds a motion to continue this item to a date uncertain. That being the case, is there any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. And the motion carries, and the matter is continued to a date uncertain. Now, this brings us to item number 3 on our agenda, which is labeled REF 210024, the Big Sur Coast Land Use Plan Update, and this is a public workshop on the topic. I believe Mr. Price is going to lead us through the planned activities, and as I said earlier to Ms. Clark, we will also have an opportunity for general comments that people have during this particular discussion, as well as comments on the various sections as they occur. I want just to begin, and I think Commissioner Daniels may wish to begin as well, just by reminding everyone that this is truly a workshop. And what that means is that we have made the decision as far as the methods that we're going forward with to bring items to the public for public discussion prior to having them finished, polished, and dialed in. And the reason for that is so that we can get input in time to make appropriate changes as they may be necessary. So any comments saying it's not finished, our answer to that from the committee would be absolutely it's not finished. We're waiting on y'all to help us understand what should be there. So with that prefacing it, Commissioner Daniels, did you want to say anything as a member of the ad hoc committee?
I would also...
Microphone.
Yes, through the chair. To add that even when you see things like Title 20 recommended changes with an actual changes made into the ordinance, I believe decisions like that were made just for clarity to see where these changes might ultimately end up and how to see them in their context, not because those revisions at this point in time are moving up the chain. This is all a workshop, and feedback is the most important thing at this point in time. And just wanted to reiterate that. Because even for me, when I see the edits made right into the zoning code, I have a little heart palpitation. But that's just because that's the way to present it so we can see it in its context, not because anything's moving forward until we all continue to workshop.
Yes, exactly. And that's what I was getting at indirectly, and I'll say it directly. And that is the main purpose of including the language that's in the current agenda is so that everyone understands that the land use plan is the beginning and the zoning has to carry that through. And so you need to be able to see how that would need to be implemented going forward, because it's not just saying, oh yes, we have this wonderful idea. It's how we're going to take it forward and make it into something that we can specifically work with. So it's more a question of where these kinds of provisions are going to have to be explained. So again, I know that we're talking about pretty geeky stuff, but I know also that when you get into technical language, people who are interested in the ideas can get concerned that that is already cast in stone. And I just want everybody here to be absolutely clear it is not. And with all those disclaimers, which are probably not needed because I have great faith in Mr. Taylor's presentation, Mr. Price, please go ahead.
Alex or Quinn, please share my presentation using the HDMI. Good morning, Commissioners and Chair Deal. My name is Taylor Price, Associate Planner. Today, staff is presenting the continued Big Sur Coast Land Use Plan Update Workshop from February 14th, 2024. Staff requests that the Commission hold a continued public workshop to review and receive public input regarding the ad hoc committee's proposed updates to the Big Sur Coast Land Use Plan, provide direction to staff, and limit the workshop to 2 hours. The workshop will have staff receive questions, comments, and input on the following items: the Special Events and Aircraft Key Topic Area, the 6th and final Key Topic Area from the December 13th, 2023 workshop, the preliminary draft of Title 20 Amendment, adding Rural Community Center Zoning District to the Monterey County Code, the preliminary draft for a possible expansion of the Rural Community Center land use category. Based on the outcome of today's workshop, staff will propose next steps at the conclusion of today's 2-hour workshop. staff would like to briefly remind the public and commissioners on the framework for the special events and aircraft-specific updates. The updates reflect the importance of protecting the natural, scenic, and wild environment of Big Sur by prohibiting helicopter and drone takeoff and landing, with exceptions for emergency services. To further protect and appropriately regulate special events in the Big Sur coastal planning area, the ad hoc committee added policy language to ensure that the special events had standards to be evaluated against. The special events and aircraft section of the updated land use plan document are listed on page 95 of Exhibit B. We will pause to receive any questions, comments, or input related to special events and aircraft key topic area.
Thank you, Mr. Price. Commissioners, would you like to weigh in on those topics at this time? Commissioner Daniels?
Yes, through the chair, I have a question about what is possible in the land use plan in terms of what we are able to regulate and not regulate when it comes to aircraft. And reading some of the public comments, one of the real concerns is things like helicopter tours, right? That this could become a commercial activity on the Big Sur coast, which it would be very inappropriate for that to happen. Is there a way to write something in the land use plan that, it seems like the heliports is arbitrary in terms of addressing what the real issue and concern would be, which would be that people start touring the coast by helicopter.
Through the chair, so the Federal Aviation Administration, they do not allow state and local governments to regulate airspace. We can regulate where aircrafts can take off and land, but we cannot regulate the actual airspace. So the desire to try to limit that and limit those aircraft and helicopter tours was through the prohibition on helipads and heliports.
If I may continue, just thinking off the top of my head right now. So if there were a takeoff and landing opportunity just north of the coast, like at the Monterey Airport, this could still happen. But the Big Sur land use plan is unique, and the critical viewshed policy is something that I think is quite unique, and among many other aspects of the plan. And so I would think if you're on Highway 1 and you're driving and you start to see helicopters along the coast touring, that is, I understanding what you just said about FAA, I just wonder if there is a space or an avenue in this land use plan that we could consider that takes it a step further, because I really don't think, and we did get the public safety concerns in the letters about, like, hey, you're going to restrict the opportunity for so-and-so to be helpful during a fire or do these other things. But instead, really the concern is these tours. And someone even actually mentioned Joby Aviation and this new technology with air taxis that's coming soon. So I just wonder, it is a unique plan, and I think we should try to push the envelope a little bit and see what might be possible in regards to the critical viewshed policy and see if there's an avenue that we could at least try to get certified.
Any other commissioners' comments? If not, I just wanted to suggest also that this area is the Monterey Bay National Marine Sanctuary, and the offshore rocks are monuments under the state lands, I believe, and protected. So there are some aircraft limitations based on those two designations, I believe. And I think we lost something. It would be helpful to know what the existing limitations based on those might be. Staff, Commissioner Roberts.
Well, this topic is new to me in considering for Big Sur, but in just hearing the discussion here so far, I'm curious to know there has to be something that could be said, because I'm thinking from my experience in Yosemite National Park, while you can't land your helicopter there, there are in other national parks areas that happens. And so obviously, to me, there has got to be some language somewhere that does protect that ability not to do it and to use it in emergency situations.
Mr. Price, do you want to clarify what's there now? What's the proposal?
Yes, and let me just move to Exhibit B. So it is 14 and 15.
Provide just a moment for the commissioners to take a look at that, members of the public, and see what the proposal might be so they can offer comments upon it. Any further, Commissioner Shaw?
Thank you. I just have a question. So for those who already have a helipad down there, how does this change anything for those that already have one?
Mr. Price?
So through the chair, staff is not aware of any existing permitted helipads or heliports. But if there are, staff would be more than willing to do the research and return with an answer.
Thank you. No, yeah, that answers it. I know there are, for sure.
I think the operative term was permitted.
Yeah.
Anyway, if there's no more commissioner comments, I'd like to invite the public to come forward, and anyone who would like to speak on this matter, I will be happy to extend you 3 minutes. And you can, if you're going to speak and want to come forward to the front row, that would be great too. Welcome. We need to get you on the microphone, and somehow it's not working. Speak so we can be...
All right, here we go. That's better.
Thank you. Now we'll start the time again.
All right, thank you. My name is Trey Kropp. I'm a resident of Big Sur. I'm going to speak to your comments about the airspace regulations. It is completely regulated by the FAA. That what our group here can regulate the landing and takeoff zones by regulating the design, not allowing for helipads to be built. And that's what you're saying here in the language from the staff, and it's perfect. I've talked to a lot of people in Big Sur about this, and no one is in favor of this. They do not want helicopters flying around Big Sur. I don't know how you can regulate tours unless you take it back to the Monterey Airport area, and there's some kind of regulation back in Monterey that says that these businesses cannot operate tours along the Big Sur coast somehow. I don't know if there's a way to do that, but you can't do it by regulating airspace, because that is just not something that the county level can do. But I just want to make sure that you understand that the majority of the people in Big Sur are totally against helicopters, and as well as the visiting public. I feel it's to have them flying around loud and disturbing the wildlife. We have a condor sanctuary. As far as the marine sanctuary, it's 1,000-foot minimum that is recommended by the FAA on the charts. So aircraft's supposed to stay 1,000 feet above the marine sanctuary. But I don't believe we could have to reach out to marine sanctuary, but they don't regulate the airspace, so I think it's just a recommendation.
Thank you for your comments. Anyone else, please come forward. Welcome. You'll have 3 minutes.
Good morning, commissioners. Thank you. My name is Marcus Foster. I'm a full-time resident in Big Sur and co-founder of Keep Big Sur Wild, and also on the Big Sur LUAC. My comments today are not reflective of the LUAC. These are my personal comments. Let's see here. Commissioner Daniels mentioned, is there any other ways to regulate helicopter tours using critical view shed? I think, be worth looking into soundscape if we can get language in the land use plan regarding sound. And, there was efforts to put that in there regarding large events and concerts and things like that. And maybe helicopters, the noise they put out is pretty disturbing. There are concerns about increased tours of Big Sur, but also there's been a definite increase in property owners using helicopters to access their properties, whether it's just a lot of money coming into Big Sur, increased traffic from the Bay Area and Los Angeles. That's the concern I hear from being a LUAC member and people talking to me is definitely seeing an increase in people visiting their properties by landing helicopters. And I'll give you an example. The concern moving forward is if this increases, and I'm just going to read a real estate ad. This is a property just south of Deachins, that borders Deachins, and the real estate ad, it goes on. It says, cherish the common effect of year-round streams, hikes up the canyon, and quick access to fine dining. The potential for a private helipad will further its prestige. So, I just like to use that as an example of actually people marketing properties to land their helicopters for their convenience and not having to drive in traffic to access their Big Sur homes. And with that said, I thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Foster. Anyone else in the chambers would like to speak? Come on down. Welcome. I extend you 3 minutes.
Thank you, Commissioner Deal. I just want to briefly touch on helicopters. The FAA does regulate it, but there is a limit of 500 feet. And where I live, we frequently get helicopters right over top, much less than that. So even if we can't enforce it, if there was a better mechanism, I believe there's an office called the FDSO that you can report to. And so there might be a way to use the existing rule set on the FAA to limit the impacts of helicopters by keeping them higher up, because the tours like to buzz right over my house.
Would you care to give your name for the record?
Sorry, Mike Linder.
Thank you.
Thank you, resident of Big Sur. Other thing I wanted to mention is there's been a lot of scientific studies on the helicopter disturbance on nesting birds. And so there might be a hook with ESHA or some other kind of environmental protections, because my understanding is that it does affect raptors and condors. So even if you can't regulate the airspace technically, you can regulate the impacts on the natural environment. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Linder. Anybody else in the chambers? Seeing none, I see one hand up on Zoom. Ms. Christina McGinnis, would you care to speak?
I would. Thank you, Chair Deal and Commissioners, and good morning. First of all, just a quick question. I can't get my camera to work on any of the county hearings. Is there a trick to that? So if anyone could let me know, that'd be great. But in the meantime, I'm just going to speak on this. So we support the language that is in the current land use plan draft about prohibiting the helipads and the fact that one emergency one is needed, as was, I think, highlighted during the Pfeiffer Bridge when it was out. That really provided a needed service for residents to be able to get supplies during that time. However, we are aware of things such as helicopter weddings that are occurring in Big Sur, and private landing pads on privately, residentially zoned properties. I'm not going to out the name of the person who we know of during this hearing, but if somebody would like to contact me after the fact, I'm happy to say something about it. And I just want to say that as a former member of the Monterey Bay National Marine Sanctuary Advisory Committee, it's really an extremely important issue to not allow overflights in the sensitive marine habitat in the Monterey Bay. The pinniped haul-out areas during pupping season in particular, pinnipeds can be disturbed and actually trample their young. As was mentioned earlier, the bird nesting can be disrupted, not to mention the quiet enjoyment and peaceful tranquility that the residents should be able to enjoy when living in Big Sur. So we support this and hope that something can be done to not only address the illegal landing pads that are currently located in areas where they should not be, as well as prohibiting future ones. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McGinnis. I think staff can comment on the video.
I can recheck the Zoom settings, but attendees should be able to have their option to have video on. No?
No, so my understanding is I believe the way that we have it set up, if you're a panelist, you can share your video, but all of the attendees are just, I do not believe have video capabilities. Yeah, so they'd have to be elevated to a panelist.
And my understanding is that that has to do with inappropriate use of video by attendees remotely in the past. So if you have a presentation and you do want to share it, I would encourage you to contact us ahead of time and see if we can make some arrangement for that to happen. Moving down my list, I see Mike C. has got his hand up. Mike, would you care to speak?
Yes. I'm sorry, but my computer crashed while I was, this is Mike Kaplan. I live in the Paula, Colorado area, Big Sur. My computer crashed while you were introducing this topic, and so I'm not sure if you're only talking about helicopters right now or the entire Big Sur Coast land use plan.
Right now, my understanding is we're talking about helicopters and special events, and if people were not clear that special events were included, I would be happy to extend additional opportunities to speak on that subject as well. But right now, I believe we are speaking about helicopters primarily and special events secondarily, with a second chance to weigh in on that, should it be necessary. Mr. Kaplan?
All right, then I will wait for later to make comments.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, do we have anyone else on Zoom or emails on this particular section to look at?
We do not have any more hands up on Zoom and no emails.
Thank you. And I see Mr. Foster coming forward. I assume that Mr. Foster is wishing a second chance to speak on the topic of special events. Is that correct?
Well, I was also wondering about drones.
I think that should come along. I'll extend you 3 minutes. Don't use it if you don't have to.
And Chair Deal, before Mr. Foster speaks, could Mr. Price just lift the screen up slightly so we can see number 16?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Foster, floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, with drones, it kind of, goes under the same purview as a helicopter. So the marine sanctuary, you cannot fly a drone under 1,000 feet inside the mean high tide line. This is happening daily in Big Sur. There's been just a prolific increase in drones. As you know, the price of them have gone down tremendously. Just go to Bixby on a weekend and sit there and you'll see dozens and dozens of drones. And 99% of them are violating the marine sanctuary. Private property, I'm fortunate enough to live on a ranch on the west side of the highway. I'm the manager there, and when it's busy in Big Sur, I have daily issues with drones, whether it's flying over the livestock and the horses and spooking them. Something about that sound, it really tweaks them out. Flying over my house, my deck, down at the beach, it's a daily issue. People up in the turnouts literally sometimes 2 miles away because, there's other regulations of line of flight and all this stuff, but there's just no way to enforce any of these issues. I mean, we can't get enforcement on a lot of even more important issues in Big Sur. So the ban of drones, I'd highly recommend, because it has become a major disturbance to life in Big Sur. And I'll just give you an idea here with the California Film Commission. If you're flying a drone doing filming in Big Sur, there's all kinds of regulations. It requires consultation from a biologist from the Ventana Wildlife Society and having a biologist on site to monitor endangered California condors. Drones over the marine sanctuary require a separate permit. Flights over the Sea Otter Refuge on the west side of highway from Carmel to Cambria need a permit from the California Department of Fish and Wildlife. Drones are not permitted over Caltrans right-of-ways, including turnouts, without a Caltrans encroachment permit. Drones are not allowed in state parks. So my point is there's all these regulations to protect the wild, natural, not just the wildlife, but just the birds, and I could go on and on about examples of things I've seen with drones. But I'm just giving you an example of just much they are impacting people's privacy and the birds and wildlife and things like that. So with that said, thank you again.
Okay, that was a second shot at the same topic, which I normally don't do. So let's be counting that on my account. I'll try to talk 3 minutes less. So I see nobody else in the audience to talk about aircraft, and only one person online who has not spoken about aircraft. And I'm going to call on Ms. Goldberger to see if she wishes to speak about aircraft, and then I'm going to circle back on special events. Ms. Goldberger, would you have the floor?
Hi there. Oh, can you hear me? Yes, you can. Hi, everybody. Thank you so much for your time. I wasn't actually prepared to speak on this, but I wanted to throw out a possible solution to the enforcement of drones in the Big Sur area. I also understand drones can be very disruptive to humans and animals alike. I have watched both humans and vultures just really affected by drones at Bixby Bridge when a visitor was pulling out a drone. And we know that we're not allowed to fly drones in the Marine Sanctuary. And for all of the other reasons that folks have stated, it's just very disruptive in this area. I did have an interaction with a visitor who, by my judgment, honestly wanted to do the right thing when I approached her about not being able to fly a drone in this area. She was like practicing flying her drone so she could film her sister's wedding back at home, like in her home state months later. And she was appalled when I told her, like, you're not doing the right thing. And she was just in tears. And she was like, I had no idea. Typically, my drone app tells me that I'm not supposed to be flying somewhere when I'm in a no-fly zone. And I just wanted to maybe play like visitor or devil's advocate here and say, like, a lot of drone operators want to do the right thing. But there's not enough enforcement here. Like, I can scream out of my car when I'm driving down the highway as much as possible, but people don't even hear what I'm saying. I think what we need to do is hit it from the app technology, to hit it from the app side. Like, and maybe this is something for the National Marine Sanctuary to address, but if we can connect with drone app technologies and designate Big Sur as a no-fly zone, then none of these drones will be able to take off in the area, period. I don't think that that's something we can do on a planning commission level, but I just wanted to put that comment out there. So thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Goldberger. I'm going to circle back now to special events. And if you haven't spoken on special events yet, which no one has, ask Mr. Price to put up the section on special events on the screen and invite anyone in the chambers who wishes to come and speak about special events to come forward. This is your opportunity to do so. Mr. Foster is moving again. Why don't you sit closer to the front? Never. Come on.
Yeah. Okay. Got it. Yeah, special events. I mean, another increased activity in Big Sur. This is happening outside, and I'm referring to special events that are outside of the visitor serving commercial. They're, in my, in the past decade or so, I've seen a big increase in them, and these are full-on businesses. I mean, many of them even have their own websites with pricing, stating how much it costs to stay at the house that's having the event, how much a 50-person wedding is, a 100-person wedding, and you're getting outside interests that are actually buying up property because there is a lot of money to be made in this activity. The popularity of Big Sur and weddings in particular, we've got some big high-profile weddings. So I think it's imperative. Nobody has a coastal development permit either, which is required. So I think it's imperative that we get a handle on this, because if there's not enforcement and there's not strict language in the land use plan, we're going to see corporations, outside interests, buying up private properties in residential areas and having large venue events, which is contradictory to the land use plan's main mission, and that is to basically prohibit and limit destination development and locations along the highway so that the highway can remain open for the traveling public. And we do have some letters from Keep Big Sur Wild that you know, basically express, you know, how discouraging it is that a lot of these special events have not been regulated or enforced. So I think that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Foster. Anybody else? Mr. Cock, come on forward.
Thank you again. My concern is regarding the expansion of the RCC and the.
We'll talk about that in a minute.
But as it relates
special events,
special events, because it clearly states in here that that you want to keep them in the rural community centers. So by expanding the rural community centers, you're going to expanding events by default. So that's a concern I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Good point. Anybody else in the chambers wishes to speak on this matter? Seeing no one, let's go online. I see Ms. McGinnis has her hand up. Like to speak on events. You have the floor.
Hi again, Chair Deal and Commissioners. Thank you. As you know, this has been a big issue for Keep Big Sur Wild, trying to get some enforcement of special events that we have actually reported since the last couple of years. We've been following as special events have been like exponentially increasing, in particular in residentially zoned properties throughout Big Sur. And we documented with great detail lots of at least 8 sites with website links, et cetera, reported them to code enforcement in February of 23. One of them was, as I've noted in my letter, an open code violation since 2016 for wind and sea as an example. And code enforcement has literally not done anything to enforce these. So the point being just that we can put language in our land use plan trying to regulate special events. I feel that the language that's currently in there is not strong enough to actually curtail the noise that is emanating out of special event areas, and there's really no enforcement. And at being in Big Sur, it's hard for enforcement to actually get down there while events are happening. So that's part of the problem. So there really needs to be more stringent language, and we hope that the Planning Commission and staff can actually have people who are really familiar with Big Sur, who can coordinate with code enforcement to follow up and make sure that these illegal ones are actually curtailed so that they don't continue to expand. Because what happens is people see that they can do it, that nothing's happening. And so more and more of these are being developed. I mean, with significant amounts of development on coastal bluff areas and creating safety issues and all kinds of noise. So it really is a concern, and just the really important need for enforcement cannot be emphasized enough. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. McGinnis. Is there anybody else on Zoom, or are there any comments on the email?
There are no new comments on email and no new hands up on Zoom.
Very well. That being the case, I'm going to close public comment on this matter, bring it back to the commission for comments. Commissioner Mendoza?
Yes. The only comment I have on helicopters in reference to the utilities, you know how the PG&E uses helicopters and drones to check their lines. How is that going to be implemented? Because I know that sometimes they actually land their helicopter pretty close to where the lines are at, and then they get the personnel that is basically inspecting the lines. So it's just something that we need to make sure that somehow we allow for that policy.
Mr. Price, did you have a comment on that?
No, just that staff will take a look at that to ensure that is still allowable.
It would seem to me it could be in the exception language here under 14. Commissioner Daniels, you had your hand up?
Yeah, a couple questions. So through the chair, the drones, are they under, I mean, I'm sure we can regulate drones unlike helicopters. Is that true? No? Okay, so did we have any language in the draft that addressed all of the permitting that the Film Commission, for example, requires and all the exceptions that do exist? We heard about the Caltrans right-of-way, we heard about state parks, and I'm just wanting to reinforce that when we do get back together, this is something that we really do need to address and figure out how we can ban drones on the Big Sur coast. Like, how do we do that? What are the possible avenues in light of what we know and everything that we've heard? And then in regards to special events, did the letters that we received offer any strengthening of the language, any recommendations to how the language that you had up on the screen could be strengthened, or were they mostly just the calls for enforcement?
Through the chair, staff is aware that some of the letters did have additional suggestions. Staff would not be prepared to speak currently.
But there were, and then the last question I have is, something to look at is whether or not in other LUPs or or if there is an avenue for strengthening the enforcement within an LUP. Is there an enforcement mechanism that we could look into and address? Because at the end of the day, the language doesn't mean anything if there is no enforcement. I'm just not sure if the LUP is the appropriate avenue, and if there is an avenue, it's something I hope we can explore.
Thank you. Commissioners, anybody else? Commissioner Shaw?
Thank you. I was just wondering if you could make it not so easy for drones by just not allowing them to, similar to helicopters, not take off or land within this space. I don't know if there's drones that have like a huge range. I would assume those are very costly compared to the average one that most people have. And so if they can't land within X amount of space of ESHA or a Big Sur or whatever line you're using, then that would minimize them. Again, though, you still need enforcement. And if that's not happening, just an idea.
Thank you. Any other commissioners? Commissioner Work.
Yeah, more of a question still too. We're talking about the drones. Do they use them for research much? I'm just thinking the same with PG&E. If we can have the same language for the helicopters and the drones, because I know they're kind of handy research-wise.
We can have the language back up, Mr. Price. That would help. Commissioner Roberts?
I'm going back to the helicopter language as well, and I know that it mentions that it's temporary or eliminating temporary opportunities, and I'm guessing that means unimproved landing zones as well as improved. And so I don't know if it should be specified that the county doesn't want unimproved landing zones as well, even if they're temporary or otherwise. I mean, I'm guessing there's plenty of areas out there to land a helicopter that aren't improved. And then in just the little bit that I was able to look, it looks like kind of what the public has already mentioned, that over specific areas, any, quote, noise-sensitive areas require a 2,000-foot or a suggested 2,000-foot flight height. And, I guess as far as we can go in our own language to cement that and make sure that that's what we expect as well.
Thank you. Other commissioners? I'm going to weigh in again a little bit here and say, I'm wondering if we can look at in language for both of these items within the zoning that will implement them, that allows some additional ways for code enforcement to implement. For example, to suggest that video evidence would be acceptable for people who are reporting incidents. So again, this goes back to the statement earlier that as we move forward with this plan, we realize how important the zoning is to facilitate the enforcement. And so there's an opportunity, and it's illustrated here in our treatment of the RCC proposed zoning, that we can take these ideas and come down to the practical level to provide instruction. So I'm wondering if we could perhaps do that within our proposed zoning to say things like you can operate a drone subject to all the applicable permits, for example, and then listing those, and then offering code enforcement the opportunity to at least get evidence remotely somehow, and say that that would be something we could use to register a complaint, because that might kind of bridge the time gap. I don't know if it's possible, but just something I'd like to ask staff to look into. And with respect to the special events, this has been an ongoing and significant concern throughout the area for a very long time now. I mean, years and years. And as discussed, we have seen the unfettered growth of these activities, particularly the commercial activities, over time. And we've also heard from landowners and businesses that are within their communities, rural community center, who have gone through the process to obtain event permits, who feel that they have subsequently been aced out, that they've been put at a disadvantage by people who don't have the costs and time and effort involved in getting the permits. So I think it's really important to point out that there are operators who have gone through the process and have actually had that. And these are not, I'm not hearing complaints about those per se. There's some concerns around noise. Mostly they have been able to be addressed within the framework of the permits. But we're talking about the ones that are not permitted, and then we're talking about ones that particularly the concerns arise around the ones that are remote. And again, the enforcement is difficult because you can't get there, so if there's a way to allow additional evidence in our land use plan or zoning, somehow I would advocate for that. And also looking at the language, the standard language around areas that can apply for an event, generally a public event, is no more than 10 per year. Because of the sensitive nature of this area, I'd like to advocate that we look at some number of like 4, maybe 1 a quarter, some much smaller number, because that would still allow some of our, for example, I'm thinking agricultural businesses that want to do a farm-to-table tour could then put in a permit for their area for somebody to come. That could be considered without being outside the rules. But someone who wanted to do an event more often than 4 times a year would not have any opportunity to even have it be reviewed. So those are just things that I thought of and like to put into the conversation here today. That being said, I think we need to go ahead and come back to staff and move along to our next topic for the day, which I believe is the zoning language around the rural community centers. And I just opened by saying, as I've said before, and I think I say it too often, but it is sort of technical and I want everyone to understand. We're looking at what we actually want to say about what's allowed in a rural community center as we propose to clarify the problem that we've identified, that the rural community center overlay, for want of a better word, as one of the members of the public said, covers a lot of different land use types. And so when planners are faced with that, they don't know what it is they're supposed to go by. And this adds confusion for everyone, including people who want to figure out how they're allowed to use their property. So our proposal, larger in the ad hoc committee, was to change that to a zoning designation, and then we have to write what's allowed in that designation. We have some general language we've taken from other areas, and what we're looking for is how would that apply, whether we would be advised to change it, if so, how, and also comments on the overall approach. So with that said, Mr. Price, would you go ahead?
Thank you. The original 1986 Big Sur Land Use Plan created 4 areas within the Rural Community Center land use designation: the Big Sur Valley, Lucia, Pacific Valley, and Gorda. These areas have a land use designation of rural community center but have varying zoning, which in some cases causes contradictions between the land use designation and the zoning. The land use designation is the guiding criteria, and where the land use designation and the zoning are different, the land use designation governs. The original 1986 Big Sur Land Use Plan envisioned that the Rural Community Center zoning district would be adopted after the Big Sur Land Use Plan was certified by the California Coastal Commission. The Rural Community Center zoning district was never implemented subsequent to the adoption of the Big Sur Land Use Plan. The ad hoc committee wanted to, as a part of the Big Sur Land Use Plan update process, carry forward the original intent of the 1986 Big Sur Land Use Plan, which was implementing the Rural Community Center zoning district. For consistency, the Rural Community Center zoning district would apply to all areas that have the Rural Community Center land use designation. The Rural Community Center zoning district is intended to encourage uses for the visiting public and residents, while also ensuring that new uses have a less than significant impact on Highway 1 capacity. The preliminary draft of the Rural Community Center zoning district added Chapter 20.23 would add Chapter 20.23 to the Monterey County Code, which would encourage both employee and affordable housing options to ensure all individuals who work in Big Sur are able to be housed in Big Sur and to minimize impacts on Highway 1 capacity. The proposed language is intended to facilitate employee and affordable housing and to acknowledge the potential impact the new uses could have on Highway 1 capacity. Staff would like to point to Exhibit C, which provides a detailed crosswalk between the proposed preliminary draft Title 20 Rural Community Center zoning district and the existing Title 20 zoning districts. Staff wanted to ensure that the language in the proposed Rural Community Center zoning district was clear and that the location in the Monterey County Code of the original language was transparent. We will pause to receive any questions, comments, or input related to the preliminary draft of the Rural Community Center zoning district.
Thank you. Commissioners, questions, clarifying questions? Commissioner Daniels?
Yes, if I may, Exhibit C, if you could just spend a little time and walk me through it. It's printed really small, and maybe if it were up on the screen, I'd have a better opportunity to understand it.
Through the chair. So Exhibit C, is this visible to everyone? Excellent. So the purpose of Exhibit C is to really show what is proposed in the Chapter 20.23, which is the Rural Community Center zoning district. And if that is from a particular location in an existing chapter in Title 20, and then staff listed the particular chapters in Title 20 where that language was pulled from. In particular, staff would just like to highlight that most of the Rural Community Center land use designation categories currently have a zoning of general commercial, coastal general commercial, or visitor serving commercial. So that would be Chapter 20.22 or 20.18.
Did that answer your question, Commissioner?
If I may, so if I understand correctly, then, and I, of course, should understand this, having been on the ad hoc committee, so bear with me. The new proposed zoning category would make all of the previous RCC what zoning category?
Through the chair, so all of the areas that would have the Rural Community Center land use designation would then have the Rural Community Center zoning district.
So if I may just follow up on that, then general commercial and visitor serving commercial zoning, it would be a melding of the two, and up for discussion is what uses are applicable in that zoning district.
That is correct. And staff would also just like to mention that the actual proposed Title 20.23 Rural Community Center zoning district language is in Exhibit A, and staff can also move to that as well if requested.
Sure, let's put that up on screen now that you've explained this exhibit. If Commissioner's okay with that? Okay, further comments? Questions, I guess we're on. I don't see any from the panel. I think let's move to public comment. If there's anybody in the room that would like to speak on this matter, please come forward and you'll have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Marcus Foster again. You know, our group and myself, we're so passionate about Big Sur. That's why we drove an hour and a half to be here to talk to you today. We're just, so adamant about protecting this national resource. This Monterey County is so lucky that we have a worldwide destination that is one of the most incredible coastlines in the world. And people, sometimes when I talk to them, I get a little bit wonky about the land use plan and how, we're just increasing recreational development that's choking out the highway. Commercialization is increasing. And people sometimes who aren't from there go, well, everything changes, Marcus. And you know what? The intention of the land use plan is for it not to change. And this RCC expansion is the most radical change proposed that I've ever seen in my lifetime. It opens up commercialization in so much more area of the coast, which is also can be in the critical viewshed. So I'm just like, when I saw this, I was just like, wow, are we going to do this? Are we going to ruin Big Sur for this purview of affordable workforce housing? And it's a radical idea to expand the commercial zones in Big Sur. And we still haven't even seen the South Coast maps and areas of Lucia. But sometimes it's hard to kind of really understand the intent of the land use plan because it's kind of wonky. Supervisor Kaufman in the 80s has a quote that I think kind of explains the 100+ pages of the land use plan. I'll read that now. We encourage people to pass through. We want them to have a stunning but brief experience. We want to protect what people value most about Big Sur, just to stand on the coast, make a full circle turn, and look at nature in every direction. So that's kind of going to the visual access point of people being able to recreate the main objective, recreational scenic driving, and we're just potentially creating just so much more commercial destination activity by increasing the RCC zoning, and I really think you need to take a look at what the impact that would be. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Foster. I'd like to just step in here and clarify something. The ad hoc committee is not recommending any expansion of anything. The ad hoc committee is showing what has been requested by members of the public with respect to expansions. We need to discuss that, and we felt that everyone's impact is important. Everybody's input is important. So there is no proposal at this point specific to changing the boundaries of the Rural Community Center. And if you notice the order in which we're discussing, the first thing we want to talk about is what is going to be allowed in a rural community center. So we can move forward from there to a sensible discussion of where those things would reasonably be allowed to occur. So I don't know if that helps at all. Maybe it makes it more confusing. But just so you know, the expansion is to record what members of the public commenting on the land use plan have suggested so that we can be sure to discuss everybody's opinion. That being said, I'd like to go ahead and invite anybody else in the chambers forward who would like to speak on this matter. Mr. Kopp?
Commissioners, I found this incredibly confusing when it came out, and like you said, it geeky thing to talk about, but it made it really hard for the community of Big Sur to understand what you're proposing. When a week comes out and we get this map and we get this wording, and it's so hard to understand what, like, the people that are coming to you with these proposals are people that are recommending building proposals, correct? Is that who you were referring to, or?
If I may, I don't usually do this. These are letters that were received on the Big Sur Land Use Plan update.
Got it. There's just got to be a way to clarify this better without it being so confusing, and it really feels, with such changes that could happen from when I look at these maps and I think about how changing it to RCC, and these are properties that are historically been residential properties. They haven't had any history of being part of a business. And now the line goes around and it's showing that that's where my friend lives. Oh, now he can build a hotel there if he wants? It's up a private neighborhood? That doesn't make any sense. So it took pause for me when I saw that map, and it worried me. know what the right solution is, but thank you.
Thank you. And again, as I say, that discussion of whether or not we should consider expansions or changes to the boundaries is going to come up here after we talk about what is going to be, what we suggest be allowed within a rural community center. So please come forward.
Hi. Ted Mayer, AKA Theo, who was up on the agenda on the item for the continuation. And I'm happy to be here today and thank you all for your energy and input with all these issues around Big Sur. I've lived in the Big Sur area since 1978, and the changes that I've seen take place have just ruined going to many of the places along the coast that I felt were magical and beautiful, beaches that are just overcrowded at this point. I think the beauty and the magic of Big Sur is really being lost in the expansion that's taking place for commercialization, profits being made by people. I think the quote that Marcus read speaks to the value that I think should be upholding in Big Sur, which is a pass-through zone for tourists instead of a place where, you know, so many activities are happening that are really impacting what we hold to be of such value. When the Pfeiffer Bridge the bridge was out over Pfeiffer Creek and the road was closed, I used to bike down it on the electric bikes that Joaquin had created. The amount of wildlife that we could see during those trips it was just amazing. Everything was out in the roads. Coyotes, mountain lions, deer. You never knew what you were going to see around the next bend. The increased traffic, I ran a outdoor ed program with Ventana Wildlife Society. We would count cars as they went by on Highway 1. And over the years, the increase in that traffic was dramatic. And all the wildlife, you know, they go away from all that noise and all that impact. So I just would encourage all of you to really keep in mind what it is of value in the Big Sur area, which is its pristine quality. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in the chambers? Mr. Linder, come on forward. You will have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Mike Linder, Big Sur resident, and I do some land use work as well. I want to commend the ad hoc's work on this document. It's an enormous and important undertaking, and I haven't found it that confusing. I think it's very insightful, and there's some great additions here that I support, and I generally support the expansion of the RCC to create more housing opportunities. And I think we're all facing here is this tension between groups that are anti-development, individuals who don't want to see development, and then community members who do want to see more opportunities for housing. And how do you balance that? And I think that's what we're up against. And there are all these natural resource constraints and existing land use regulations that limit housing. And so when you try to create those opportunities, it's going to ring the alarm bells for people who think, oh, this means more development. So I think we need to get back to the idea of carrying capacity and that this is a build-out plan and have specific caps. So for each new housing allowance in the RCC, we can identify, okay, it makes sense to have 50 more of these or 100 more of these, or even, you know, these, if we're expanding RCC to offices or these other retail stores, let's say, all right, we only need 5 more retail stores or 10 more offices. I don't know what the numbers are. You know, someone else would have to study that. But the idea is it would make it clear to everyone who's worried about overdevelopment that we're still in the build-out plan and we still have very clear caps on what we're expanding. And the reality is that the economic incentives in this situation are all towards the businesses, you know, hotels and these other kind of developments, and they're not towards affordable housing. And so we need to look at the allowances in RCC, getting to the actual topic of our discussion here, and think about what those are. And I'm working on 2 large-scale employee housing projects, and we work with all these different consultants to think what are the most economic solution. And the most economic solution that I've seen, the groups I've worked with, are essentially mobile home parks or trailer parks, which don't have a very sexy appeal to everyone. Oh, let's put a mobile home park or a trailer park in Big Sur. But the reality is you can roll these things on. You don't have to build a foundation, very minimal ground disturbance. And I noticed you kept recreational vehicle parks in the RCC zoning, but I'd like to make a distinction between the transient use RV parks and then the 30 days or more for housing, and then try to create some incentive or make it easier for one than for the other. In summary, I support the expansion of the RCC. I like what you're doing here with the zoning, but I think we really have to focus on a build out and a carrying capacity concept. Otherwise, I don't think not only will we see a lot of public resistance, but we'll see a lot of resistance from the Coastal Commission, who just again see a lot of red on the map and think, oh, what's happening to the gold standard of land use. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Is there anybody else in the chambers? Mr. Beck, come on down.
Steve Beck, Big Sur resident, also a member of the LUAC, but not speaking for the LUAC. With all respect, this is not the right format to try and deal with something like this. You know, I understand that people can give written comments, but it doesn't allow for a back and forth. And that makes it difficult. In this, I mean, any of the people that just came up could be involved in a discussion for hours or days to try and get to some truth. That being said, I just want to echo what Marcus said. Big Sur is a place that people drive through. People that arrive in Big Sur for the first time often go to a business and say, where's Big Sur? They're looking for a town. So it's not a town. It's 70 miles of coastline. And it's intended in the land use plan, I think, to stay that way. So an expansion of the RCC is moving more toward a town. The Big Sur, different than most economies, is based on, and the land use plan is based on, through Table 1, zero growth. You know, it's not, with the number of people that come through Big Sur, demand can never be satisfied by supply. That's just never going to happen. You could build a town and it would still not satisfy demand. One of the 10,000 things that comes up here is the changing economy. When you go from a campsite, piece of ground where you can put your tent, to a glamping site that has a staff to come and change your bed and take care of the, quote, room, that increases the need for employee housing, along with, you know, the number of staff that it takes to take care of a room at the River Inn is different than what's needed to, I see my time is running out. I mean, there's a ton of stuff to say. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Beck. And yes, there is. I think we're at meeting 68, something like that. We're just talking about it among ourselves, and we're trying to incorporate comments as they come in, and we truly appreciate it.
If I can say just one thing, you know.
You have to say it on the microphone, and I'm going to give you 15 seconds.
With issues like this, or maybe this particular issue, having a 2-hour meeting at the Grange with the residents would be, I think, very informative.
Thank you. Is there anybody else in the chambers who would like to speak on this matter? Come on down. Again, I encourage, if you want to speak, to come forward so that we can be expeditious in this matter.
Good afternoon, Commissioner Deal and members of the Planning Commission. I'm Patrick Roscoe. I live in Carmel and Big Sur. I just wanted to echo Mike Linder's comment about differentiating between an RV park, which is on paper essentially a house that's on wheels, for visitor serving use versus long-term employee housing. They're fundamentally different, but the unit itself falls into the same classification. And I'm generally familiar with a couple of the opportunities that are being explored for employee housing in locations that are practically inaccessible to the public, basically up roads that don't carry commercial traffic, and it's a good solution. It's an easy way to solve the problem promptly, and the biggest impediment to providing employee housing is really economics. This is actually a real actionable solution. In some communities, they call them tiny houses because it's more in vogue than what one thinks of when they think of an RV park. Highly dense and something that has been around since the 50s and it's kind of run down. That's not necessarily the case. So there's a lot of actually quite progressive housing solutions that I do think are appropriate in certain areas that I see on the map, but I too, even though I own commercial property, was kind of freaked out that there were so many properties. But I understand when I look at them with the lens of these properties being potentially available for more dense employee housing. So I think, in your exploration of these policies, and particularly in the land use plan, it's really important to connect not just the housing, not just the unit type, in this case, the RV park, not just focus on the unit type, but actually focus on the type of use. So, a glamping site that's on wheels versus an employee housing. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the chambers who would like to speak? Seeing none, I'm going to move to those online. I see Sarah Clark has her hand up. Ms. Clark, would you care to speak?
Yes, thank you, and good morning. My name is Sarah Clark, and I'm an attorney with Shute Mahali and Weinberger, and I represent Keep Big Sur Wild on these issues. I'll fit my comments in here while we're talking about the potential expansion of visitor serving options and a carrying capacity analysis. I want to urge this commission to strongly consider the need for a moratorium on visitor serving units or lodging units while you do your important work to update the plan. As the plan repeatedly acknowledges, visitor serving units have significant impacts on the coast, especially related to highway capacity, affordable housing, and impacts to natural resources. And therefore, the original Big Sur land use plan capped new lodging development at 300 units. We know that there has been significant disagreement over whether that cap has been exceeded or not, and it's been a topic of extensive conversation in this forum and in others. But one thing is clear, and I think we all agree on this, that Big Sur is currently experiencing significant impacts from over-tourism and overuse, and does not appear at this moment to have capacity for increased visitation. This has been highlighted by a number of the other speakers this morning on this topic. So for this reason, we believe that a moratorium is necessary while the Planning Commission crafts the plan to guide land use over the next 50 or so years. Moratoriums are repeatedly used by local jurisdictions to maintain the status quo while they engage in planning efforts, and the county would be well positioned to impose a moratorium here for the narrow scope of visitor serving units. Without a moratorium, we will continue to see new applications and entitlements for visitor serving units throughout the years that this commission, the board, and the Coastal Commission will take to fully consider, analyze, and ultimately adopt the plan. This increased development would threaten achievement of the very goals that this Planning Commission has worked hard to maintain and uphold. We think this is especially true given the public statements that there are currently close to 200 available slots available for new visitor serving units. We submitted a letter on this topic for your consideration, and we ask that you review it carefully. Thanks so much for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Clark. I'm going to move to Rachel Goldberger. You have your hand up. Please, you have the floor.
Rachel Goldberger, Big Sur resident, speaking on behalf of the Community Association of Big Sur. I wanted to thank the ad hoc committee. I'm super thankful for your continued work and diligence on ironing out the nerdy bits regarding land use designations and zoning. And for the ad hoc committee's aim to achieve a balance of preserving the rustic character of Big Sur while also providing opportunities for community housing. Thank you, Commissioners Deal and Daniels, for reminding us even today that today is our space and opportunity to get this right for our community, and it is intended to be a true workshop. Thanks for getting us this documentation quickly, too, at the ground level for us to work on this together. I have to admit, I feel silly for not having actual constructive comments regarding the new proposals on rural community centers and zoning. But my comments echo other things that I've read and heard among the community. This is a lot of new information to digest in a short period that I'm having trouble wrapping my head around. The staff report was extremely helpful, so thank you, yet still the new documents are pretty opaque. So this is our opportunity to make sure the Title 20 ordinance to implement the Rural Community Center zoning district more closely reflects and preserves the character of Big Sur as we know it. So I would like to request that another public workshop be held specifically to address these new concepts so our community has a clear understanding of how to provide input on what's being put forth. Thank you so much for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Goldberger. To move to Christina McGinnis, you have your hand up. You have the floor.
Hi again, Commissioner Deal and planning commissioners. Thank you. I submitted a very detailed letter regarding Keep Big Sur Wild's initial impressions regarding the expansion of the Rural Community Center area, and we're very curious to know how these expansion areas were actually designated, why they were expanded in certain areas and not in others, and how this all transpired. So that's just a open question. Maybe we could have some information. I didn't really see specific letters saying, oh, the RCC should go into X area in the future, and past correspondence that I saw. Anyway, I'm trying to make suggestions so that the community can actually really understand what is being proposed. I really closely reviewed the Exhibit A and the other exhibits in the staff report that detailed the proposed section for Title 20, as well as the mapping. And so my first comment, I think, relates to the need for maps that actually are something that people can navigate around in, akin to the ones that are currently in the housing element update. Those are very helpful maps that people can actually see what's going on the ground level. Like when you scroll around in those maps, you can see vegetation and existing roads and things like that. In order to understand the lay of the land and the constraints of the land, such as whether or not it would be in the critical viewshed, what the slope density would be, the vegetation, associated infrastructure, things like whether it contains an environmentally sensitive habitat. It all appears to be heavily vegetated. And it appears that these expansion areas are actually located primarily in the Watershed and Scenic Conservation Zone District, which actually require a 40-acre minimum for a proposed residence. So I'm very concerned. We're very concerned about this RCC expansion and the implications that it is implying for exponentially increased development in areas that appear to be very environmentally sensitive. So we'd like to see more detail in the maps, more detail in that's specific to Big Sur in the Title 20 language, which, as I mentioned in my letter, appears to be cut and paste from another Title 20 zone district. So lots to consider. We're hoping that more details can be released for a future workshop. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McGinnis. Jennifer Rosenthal, you have your hand up. You have the floor.
Thank you, Commissioner. Good morning, Commissioner. My name is Jennifer Rosenthal, and my firm represents Deachin's Big Sur Inn. And as many of you are aware, Deachin's is a coveted destination for travelers and locals that has been in existence for over 80 years since the early 1930s. And the property that Deitchens is on includes 2 APNs that have been included in the expansion of the RCC land designation that's being proposed in Exhibit F of the mapping. And Deitchens would like to express their support for the proposed expansion to include their properties. This designation would create a consistency in the use that has been going on at Deitchens for the last 80 years. It would not create any new increase in use. It would not create any new commercial activity, and would simply would clarify the zoning and designation and use of the property that has been taking place over the many, many years. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Madam Clerk, do we have additional hands or any comments on the email?
We do have one hand raised from Mike C. And no new emails.
Thank you. Mike C., I'm guessing Kaplan, please feel free to speak. You have the floor.
Thank you. Yes, this is Mike Kaplan. I'm looking at the zoning maps, and the one for Pacific Valley specifically doesn't show, apparently doesn't show, sorry, it's my first time looking at the maps, and I will not comment on that, but I will take this opportunity to suggest that the Planning Commission put all the public comments into, say, something like a Google Drive folder or a box folder, so that they can all be in one place for everyone to see, so that because it's very difficult for to find them all. You have to go through individual emails that came out from the county, and while you are probably more organized and have a folder full of public comments, I think the general public, some people who are only participating in 1 or 2 topics, have a hard time. In fact, I don't know how you would find them, in short of coming to the county offices and asking for copies. I know the Forest Service does this when they have projects. They put a public access, publicly accessible online location where you can go download all of the public comments. That would be very helpful.
Thank you, Mr. Kaplan. It's a good idea, and I would just say here I am likely to be less organized than you, and it's not a file folder, it's a file cabinet. So a good idea, we appreciate that. I don't see any other hands up, so that being the case, I'm going to close public comment on this section, bring it back to the Commission for your comments, ideas. Commissioner Daniels.
Thank you, and thank you to everyone for your comments. This is exactly what we hope would happen in terms of getting so much feedback and so much participation. The first thing I want to say is that there have been a lot of comments that are about the intensification of use, the visitation in Big Sur, the changes. And one comment in particular talking about the value of Big Sur and maintaining that value and preserving, what is so special about Big Sur. And that is at the heart of the original plan, and that is at the heart of all of these efforts that have been going on since we undertook this task and had the very first workshop and all of the meetings we've had since. It is about preserving Big Sur. That is the goal. And so in regards to this conversation about zoning, if my memory serves me, there were some issues not that undissimilar to what the comment was about Deitchens that we just heard. Lots with split zoning and issues that could be cleaned up in this process. But I do have concerns every time I hear about the expansion of the RCC. And so I think we need to get away from the presentation that has led to the concerns about this being a foregone conclusion, that we're here to expand the RCC zoning district. And so I think what would be very helpful is to actually have a larger conversation on zoning, to have what was suggested even in Big Sur. And I imagine like these maps being blown up, like the fact that you could just come to a table with one of these, with these maps. And why I suggest perhaps a larger conversation is because RCC zoning is unique in that there are visual, there's a difference in terms of the critical viewshed policy when it comes to the RCC. And so that's why this is a really important conversation to be having. But there were other zoning categories, so I always mix them up, land use categories, zoning districts, where we created more opportunities for things like housing. And so this isn't the only one. So maybe the conversation could be expanded to a conversation of all of the zoning categories, land use categories, zoning districts. I'm getting it wrong again. So maybe it could be a larger conversation on zoning in general that could also benefit from maps, et cetera. Just a thought. Definitely a need, because this is, as I want to just reiterate, in my mind, and I can only speak for myself, not an opportunity to open up Big Sur for further development. This is an opportunity to address the concerns that led to edits that were made in the LUAC's version and public comment that has come forward, and in particular about things like affordable housing, but also secondarily issues with split zoning and lack of consistency. And as Mr. Price said in the very beginning, which I don't know enough about, but the fact that there was the RCC was created, and then there was follow-up that was supposed to have happened after the original land use plan that never did. So that's the bigger effort, but definitely a separate meeting would be something that I support at this point, and really taking into consideration how to do that so everyone can feel like they can participate and identify any issues. And then the last thing I'll say is there was a comment that was about this being a build-out plan. And one of the things that I feel like I've said it many times, but I'll say it again, like if we're at capacity in regards to anything, whether it's visitor serving units or any other area, like this is the opportunity to also make that known, right? I mean, this is everyone's opportunity to formalize and do what's best for Big Sur right now, right? Like that's the task before us. And so, again, I just want to reiterate that this is our chance to work together to get this right, versus what even today feels like some despair that this is a top-down, we've made some decisions, and now you need to sort of fight those decisions and struggle with them. No, that this is the opportunity to continue to roll up our sleeves and do this work and get it right for the preservation of Big Sur, because that's at the heart of the work that we're doing right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Daniels, and I would like to second all of that. Other commissioners? Okay, I guess I feel like I'm repeating myself, and I hope it's not boring, but I'm trying to find a way to say this. We have made the choice as the ad hoc committee to come forward with the ideas and material that we are considering before we come up with the results of that consideration in order to allow the public to participate. So everybody who says to us, it's not finished, we don't have enough, it's too complicated, yeah, that's what we're facing. That's what we need your help with. Whatever help you can offer, that's what we want. With respect to the specific topic of the Rural Community Center land use designation and zoning disparity, I'd just like to bring to everybody's attention a recent project with Blaze Construction's relocation, a project that was very strongly supported in the local community and seen as something the community needed to happen. That project has been held up for a number of years simply because the zoning and land use designations didn't match. And conflicts between those two designations have caused a lack of clarity that has kept that project in limbo for a very long time, all the way to the Coastal Commission on more than one occasion. So when you ask, what are we trying to address? We're trying to address things like that. Experiences we've had where there have been inconsistencies in the direction that have resulted in a problem and has led to turning over the resolution of that problem to somebody entirely outside of the community, namely the Coastal Commission. So that's one of the things we're looking at here, and that was one of the goals we had with the whole update, was things we talked about is preserve the viewshed and the access, public access through views, preserve the basic tenets of the plan and change it as little as possible, to address questions of the conflict between fire concerns and habitat preservation in a manner that is consistent with our values, to address the problem with community housing, which has been brought forward at every step. And these are the things that we're attempting to do in different ways. And the reason you're looking at complicated zoning is because everyone needs to understand that has to happen. And if we don't look at it now, we can't make a sensible decision about where those allowances should occur. And the maps, I knew this was going to be a problem because I know the hair trigger defense mechanism here. The maps are trying to be transparent. And whenever you argue against us releasing incomplete information, you're arguing against transparency. And I'm going to stand up and say, no, I'm happy to be in front of y'all, warts and all. These are requests we've had. These are things that people have asked for. These are things that are in consideration along with the comments that everyone else has submitted. So I really want everyone here participating to know that your voice is not only valued, we're going to extraordinary efforts to see it. The idea of some sort of a conversation with the community about this topic is absolutely something I would support. I don't know that it has to be official. I think we can continue having conversations and bringing back that input as in any way that we can get it. I think more is better. I also have an inside comment from Mr. Price, which I hope he will address, which is that he's working on interactive mapping programs to allow us to look at maps a little more 21st century. That is forthcoming, hasn't happened yet. And all of these things go to the timeline, because when we have to realize we have to get down to the details to make sure that our ideas are more than just ideas and something that actually happens in practice, whatever that may be, we need to talk about the zoning that would implement it, because that's going to be critical. And so all of those pieces, you know, we've been talking about the big high-level stuff, and I think we've come to a lot of concurrence about that. But it's always hard to know how to implement it. And I really appreciate those of you who have taken the time to say the proposed expansions are not something we can support as they stand in that particular map. And we need to get down to the details of that. Which of those and which of the problems that people are trying to address are things that we should address in the land use plan, which are not. Those of you that are talking about capacity, as Commissioner Daniels has said, is at the heart of what we're talking about too. I mean, rather than saying should be a number more units or fewer units, I think our thought is how many are there now and what are those impacts and whether those can be sustained and whether the addition to that should be allowed. And that's consistent with the planning that went into the original land use plan. So I just want to say, I know it's geeky, I know it's hard, I know it's confusing, and it's confusing for all of us. Let's all take time together to look at those details and figure out how we're going to make them work for us rather than have them be imposed by some technician at some later date without guidance. So that's my pitch on that topic for the moment. Other commissioners' final thoughts on the RCC zoning? I think we've actually already covered the RCC expansion, although Taylor, if you want to just go ahead and put the map up and the maps up that we have showing the existing RCC areas and then the areas that have been discussed, not proposed, but have been not by the ad hoc committee, but have been discussed in the public comment for consideration, I would appreciate that.
Through the chair. I would maybe suggest just reviewing the existing before moving into kind of the second maps, just for clarity's sake, if that's acceptable.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
So just to preface this is the existing land use in the 1986 Big Sur Land Use Plan and the existing zoning. So this is for North Big Sur Valley. So if you'll note, the red are the rural community center land use designations. So all of these are rural community center land use designations. The teal, maybe, if that's the correct color, that is the watershed in scenic conservation. So this is for North Big Sur Valley. Now moving to the zoning. So as you can see, the rural community center land use designation parcels in North Big Sur Valley all have a zoning designation of visitor serving commercial, which is the blue. For South Big Sur Valley, you can see the red again up in this area. These are the rural community center. And just to note that this, it is a little hard to see, but there's Deetjens down here, which is a commercial facility outside a rural community center. So that is separate from the rural community center land use designation category. And now to move to the zoning. So as you can see in this area, there's kind of a split. Some of the rural community center land use designation parcels have a coastal general commercial. I believe this is by the United States Post Office, and then Loma Vista Bakery as well is in this area. And then the visitor serving commercial are these blue parcels here. Staff would also just like to note, I'm going to toggle back to the prior. So you can see the rural community center land use designation here does not overlap with the zoning districts here. So there's that inconsistency, one of the inconsistencies that was mentioned prior. So this is Pacific Valley. So once again, the rural community center land use designation is this red square here, which has a zoning of visitor serving commercial, which is the blue. Lucia, so these red areas here are the rural community center land use designation, which have a zoning of visitor serving commercial. And then finally, Gorda. So these areas have the rural community center land use designation here and here. And then those areas have a zoning of visitor serving commercial. And staff can pause here if there are any questions on that before moving to the possible expansion.
Commissioners, did you get, yeah, okay. Why don't you just move on?
So this is Exhibit F.
Actually, Mr. Price, I need to take a short break. I'm sure others could use a moment. Can we take a 10-minute break and come back to this?
Of course.
Take the recess for 10 minutes. Thank you. Everybody, can we reconvene? I know it's more fun to talk than to work, but we do have a 2-hour limit, and we need to get this finished with as far as we're going today and figure out what we're going to do next within that 2 hours. So when Mr. Getzelman is returned, I think we will reconvene, and we will reconvene with all of the commissioners that were here previously. Mr. Price, would you like to go ahead?
Of course. So staff will now present the possible expansion areas that were based on public comment and input received, as well as prior work from the LUACs. And this is in Exhibit F. So this is North Big Sur Valley. So you can see here the pink hashed lines are the possible expansion areas. And then the red, once again, is the Rural Community Center land use designation. Staff did also include in Exhibit F, just for clarity, the slopes greater than 25%, just to kind of give a good indication of the areas of those possible expansion areas that were highly sloped. This is the South Big Sur Valley, possible expansion areas in the pink hashed again. So you can see Rural Community Center land use designations are here, and then here and here as well. And then just once again to reiterate, Deachins is not a rural community center. Deachins is a commercial facility outside of a rural community center. And staff can now pause to receive public and commissioner comment and input.
Mr. Price, would you just go through the areas that are not rural centers but are commercial areas outside of rural centers and what the plan says about those?
Yes. So give me 1 second and I will move to Exhibit B.
I'm asking this because this is in the current land use plan.
Yes. So actually, let me just go up really quickly so I can give the public and commissioners the specific section that this is. So this is section 5.3.1.9. And this is on page 87 of Exhibit B. And this is the language for commercial facilities outside a rural community center. And there are 4 that were identified: Rocky Point Restaurant, Big Sur Inn, also known as Deachins, and then Coast Gallery as well. And my apologies, that's actually 3.
Right, and there's a provision about Westmere. And what has happened here was it's red because we past tensed it to make sure people understood this was from the original plan, I believe, but I could be wrong. Maybe Commissioner Daniels remembers better.
I think through the chair, if that's the case, we might have messed up here in the sense of we want it only to show the red that was changed versus red that looks like a newly inserted portion of the plan, which this is not, if I understand correctly.
Yes, and through the chair, it's a little, so this section was all newly added. There's a prior section where it talks about commercial facilities outside a rural community center. I believe that's up a little bit, but I'm not 100% sure on the particular section. But yeah, this section is new, but it's carrying forward all of the information that was in prior sections, just to provide a clear clarity that this is a unique land use category.
Okay, and just for clarity's sake, for my own sake, commercial facilities outside a rural community center, we're still just identifying them. They don't have a specific land use category or a zoning. This is just, help me understand what 5.3.1 was so I understand where we are.
Yes, so the original land use plan briefly mentioned commercial facilities outside of a rural community center, but it did not provide clarity on what the land use designation was for those. So they didn't really have a clear land use designation. They do have zoning. I believe most of them are visitor serving commercial, but I can double check that 100%, but yeah.
Ms. Beretti, did you have something to add?
No, I think Mr. Price said it clearly, but just to be very direct, this is new inserted clarity for land use designation, but it is not creating anything new other than clarity that it's a designation that wasn't already provided for in the 1986 plan.
I guess what I was getting at was this language is taken from the 86 plan for the most part, I think, except for where the tense changes. Its location may have changed, but it's not new in concept or even the language. So that we haven't changed the allowances, we haven't proposed that we should treat these differently than we would now, which allows continued uses or uses of similar character and intensity, except for general stores and gas stations and things of that nature are called out here. And that language, again, is from the existing plan. Okay, any other commissioner comments, questions for what Mr. Price has explained in this one? No. All right, so I'm going to have open this for public comment, and I'm going to ask that we be brief so that we can look at next steps and have time enough to do that within our window here today. So is there anybody in the chambers who would like to come forward and speak on this matter being the considered expansions or the public input about expansions, and we could put the maps back up if we would, Mr. Price. Yes, welcome, Mr. Beck.
Thank you. So in the LUAC's work on the update, we created a employee overlay. And I think you've captured some of that with these expansions, sort of. I think transparency, I'm on the board of Deacons Big Sur Inn. But I think Deacons is a good example of how this could work. The main part of Deacons, the restaurant, the rooms, most of the rooms, are on a parcel that I think is a visitor serving commercial. But there's a second parcel on the south side. It's on the top of the ridge, a place called Top House, where the employees live. So it's a little bit like these expansions. If the expansions could be used not for a business, but for employee housing, I look at the map and the area around the Big Sur Inn, going up into my neighborhood. So these are all just private residences. But if it was possible for those parcels, WSC mostly, to be used in some kind of way, a lot of different possibilities of contracts between a business and a landowner, whatever, it would make sense to have employee housing for, say, the River Inn, that's within walking distance of the River Inn, but on what's currently non-commercial land. You know, I don't think, well, I think most people, I would say, I don't think anybody, but wants to see an expansion of businesses. Expansion is not something that fits with the plan or the ethos of Big Sur. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Beck. Mr. Kopp, come on forward.
Thank you, commissioners. I want to echo what Steve said, and that a housing overlay would be a good thing that could show, like Deachin's would be a great example where they're that line up there, and the housing overlay would say specifically that this is meant for housing and not for an expansion of the hotel. There is a problem with Deachin's though. There's a parcel right above that that is just privately owned by a family. It has nothing to do with Deachin's, but it's included in that line. Do you know why would that be, or? I just don't understand how the lines came to be. You say they came from public comment, but I mean, can I say right now in public comment, I'd love my property to be included in that, and that you would?
Yes, you can say whatever you want in public comment.
And then you would add it to that?
If we came up with a similar presentation and you had public comments saying that you wanted that, yeah, it would show up here.
Okay.
We treat public comment seriously, and we don't decide who in the public is more important than anybody else. So the answer is yes, if you did that.
Okay. Housing overlay, though, I think would be a great step. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Foster.
Thank you, Marcus Foster. You know, looking at, you know, these maps and where they're associated with a lot of businesses, I imagine there was a lot of input. I haven't seen the public comments or letters. Maybe there are phone calls or whatever of people requesting that their land, these watershed scenic conservation lands on private parcels, be turned into RCC, which opens up property values, I imagine, and maybe there's an unintended consequence here too. If this is really done for affordable housing and you change a private property from scenic conservation watershed and make it commercial, that's probably going to double the estimated worth of that property. So does that make it even harder to do affordable housing on? I don't know. It's just one aspect that I look at. You know, I talked to Commissioner Deal a little bit about this. And I do remember, you know, in the LUAC, we looked at some of the historic uses of some, you know, regarding, you know, Deachin's. I think even Henry Miller Library is not zoned visitor serving commercial, maybe even Coast Gallery. And we're in agreement that these are historical uses of visitor serving, and that was the only area I remember expanding commercial areas in Big Sur. But yeah, I just wanted to point that out, that, and I know there's, you know, the maps, I just sometimes, like Trey was saying, there's some private properties mixed in here that I know they did not request for their properties to be turned into RCC. So I don't know, sometimes I think that's where I'm confused, and I'm sorry if I came off a little aggressive the last time, because, you know, talking with Martha on the break there, I realized that it is accepting everybody's comments, no matter if it is a corporation that owns a business in Big Sur. You've got to take that into account. And I just hope that there's some common sense used as far as just this expansion. So thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. Ted Mayer, a.k.a. Theo. The one thing that I see with all this, and a word that came up earlier, was capacity. Big Sur is beyond its capacity at this point. Highway 1 is clogged so often. Who is it that's pushing, you know, the expansion? To me, it's not the people that live in Big Sur that are, you know, wanting just to live their quiet lives, but corporations led by people who don't have any vested interest in Big Sur except making money. It seems to me that minimizing, if you restrict this, why do you need more employee housing? Because the facilities have grown to the point where they require more maintenance by people. Every hot tub that you add, somebody's got to be there to take care of it. Glamping units, same thing. Very different than what Steve was talking about, simply pitching a tent and, you clean up your mess when you leave. So I just would, how do you invite the comments from the people that really need to be making them, that are sitting at home quietly and not wanting to be disturbed, in their lives in Big Sur? So I feel like a lot of the input is just, it's not balanced. And changes are being legislated and pushed by people that don't really hold the true value of Big Sur in their hearts.
Thank you. Is there anybody else in the chambers who wishes to speak on this item? Come on down. Don't be taking time in transit here, guys. We're running out of time.
Mike Linder, and my apologies, Martha. I wasn't planning on talking. I just wanted to present an alternative viewpoint. I'm on the board of the Big Sur Health Center, and we are trying to hire a new medical director and a new nurse, and there is no housing. I have a number of friends who are members of the community who have jobs, who have trouble finding housing. When I first moved to Big Sur, I lived in a 10 by 12 shed. A landslide took that out, so I moved to a wood shed across the way that was converted until I found a proper house. So I don't think it's accurate to say that the only people pushing for these opportunities are corporations. I think the housing crisis in California is real. I think it's particularly acute in Big Sur, and I see very clearly that you were trying to create opportunities for new housing, and I'll return again to that tension. When you open up the zoning code to those opportunities, then it also opens opportunities for more commercial development. And so perhaps, I don't want to make your process more complicated than it already is, but I think you're trying to do multiple things here. One is have the zoning reflect the historic use, such as Deachin's, and there's been some other projects I've mentioned in the past that had historic construction uses or various other things that need to get brought to reality. And second, you're trying to change some zoning to create employee housing. But when you do that, there's only one slot for zoning, which is this type of commercial zoning, right? You can call it VSC and CGC are very similar, and RCC, again, is going to be the same basic zoning with a few more housing allowances. So perhaps what we need to find is a way to convert, when we want to identify a WSC property to bring it into RCC, we need to eliminate the other commercial opportunities that people are worried with and only open up the zoning to specifically housing. And so maybe it's an overlay or maybe it's some confusing other mechanism that's going to confuse the public more. But I think that's the problem, is people are saying, oh, you're changing the zoning and now there's going to be more hotels, more businesses, more demand. We're at capacity. I don't see that's what you're doing here. And I think the trouble is we have this one mechanism, commercial zoning. And so maybe we need to have more nuance in how we approach that. And I don't have a clear answer, but I think that's what we want to work to. Last thing I'll say is, to make your job even harder, is perhaps a spreadsheet with a list of all these APNs, their current zoning and existing use, and then people can assess one by one, okay, this is what's happening here, this is what's happening here, and kind of make some sort of input specifically on it. Because right now it's just so many properties, I think it's overwhelming for the general public to evaluate one by one. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else in the chambers want to weigh in? Seeing nobody, I'm going to go ahead to move to, no, you don't get second shot.
5 seconds.
No, sorry, no second shots.
Say support ADUs.
No second shots here. Then move online, and Mike Kaplan, you have your hand raised. Please, you have the floor.
Yeah, so I wanted to, I acknowledge I have had little time to look at these new or proposed zoning maps, but with a quick look, I noticed that, for example, down in the Pacific Valley area, Forest Service land is zoned or would be zoned public, quasi-public. The land use advisory committees looked at the use, and I don't know what the new requirements or limitations would be on public, quasi-public, but currently there is pretty much no limitation on what can happen on public, quasi-public zoning, zoned land. And the land use advisory committees looked at, for example, proposed use of the Brazil Ranch, currently owned by the Forest Service, for some kind of a venue for large meetings. And what they considered was that a lot of this land was acquired. A lot of the Forest Service land and the state park land was acquired to conserve it, to prevent development. And so they came up with a zoning designation, resource conservation, and covered most of the federal and state and other government-owned land in Big Sur with that designation, with the rationale that it was acquired for conservation and it should be used for conservation in the future. And if it's zoned public, quasi-public, there are very few, if any, limitations on what can happen on land. And some of the most developed land in Big Sur is public land. Look at the multi-agency facility. Point Sur is one of the most visible. It's not necessarily the most developed, but it's certainly one of the most visible developments in critical viewshed. And so I think you should reconsider the land use maps presented by the land use advisory committees. And I think that is also something that should be up on that Google Drive folder with the public comments. I think all of the information so that everyone can see what the land use advisory committees proposed, and including their zoning maps would be helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kaplan. Mr. Glazer, you have your hand up, please.
Thank you so much. Matt Glazer, I'm the general manager of Deachins. I'm actually kind of an amalgamation of a lot of what we are talking about right now. So as the general manager of Deachins, I support the expansion and kind of what Steve talked about, what our lawyer talked about earlier, the conformity of that southern parcel to clean that up, and the consideration of RCC is the easiest way for that to happen for us. The inclusion of the neighbor's property that has no commercial interest is kind of a haphazard oversight, to use one of the other lawyer's words. But looking at the map, I'm now speaking as a resident of Big Sur. The property where I live is included as a property on the North Fork of Clear Ridge Road. And it's curious why the property where I live or any of our neighbor properties would be included in this expansion, and who would have requested that, as there are no commercial activities, and there's certainly a concern for what the allowed use would be. So Commissioner Deal, I agree that the process necessary is to define what would be allowable under the RCC designation, and then go to what would be included in this map. But it sure looks like the word haphazard is the right word to use. Also, I can't discount what my friends Marcus and Trey are saying, which is there are certainly active development interests at play who want to see zoning changes for commercial purposes. It's been expressly said that's to drive business, to manipulate the moment in time that this update is happening, to be able to drive business and to further commercialize Big Sur to a capitalistic gain. The reason the Deachins example works is as we operate as a nonprofit, we are not seeking expanded use. We continue to operate with 20 rooms, and we are really trying to exemplify a sustainable model that the land use plan attempts to create for kind of Big Sur in the abstract. So I'm hopeful that with this conversation, as it progresses, you can look to Deachin as an example. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Glazer. Ms. McGinnis, you have your hand up. You have the floor.
Thanks. Hi again. So just a few thoughts based on what a lot of people have said regarding the expanded mapping areas, and just again, to reiterate the need for specific details that would show where appropriate areas could be for employee housing. We have Keep Big Sur Wild has always supported the need for employee housing on employer-owned land. And I think the conversations that are happening today would lend themselves to us with additional details, considering, with this expanded RCC zone district, where, if at all, it's appropriate to have other areas for employee housing, but we need to see where they are. We need to see what the land use constraints are. We need details. Mr. Orozco had mentioned that there's a perfect site that's out of the viewshed that maybe could have, be something akin to an employee housing area, but it needs to be deed restricted. It needs to be carefully regulated. I feel like there are two tracks here. There's the need for members of the community, such as teachers and firefighters, perhaps, to have housing, but STRs, illegal STRs, have taken a lot of that housing. One track that I want to think about is, and what would like you to all consider, is looking at the ADUs and thinking about those as the way to, with the deed restriction, with an affordable housing mandate on how they're rented out, and perhaps expedited permitting in exchange for that would be another idea, instead of having these high density areas. The only site that's really zoned for a mobile home park, not zoned, but on the APN map, is the Big Sur Campground and Cabins. It's zoned for a mobile home park and was historically used for that, which is kind of an interesting thought. I know Mr. Linder is working on that project, and it's actually shown on the APN maps as a mobile home park. So I feel like instead of having high density and an RCC overlay, we need to really narrow the focus down into specifically related to employee housing and appropriate employee housing areas, and having associated regulations that really restrict it to that. So just a couple of ideas, and we just look forward to getting more details and really reining all this RCC expansion area back in to think about what is the intent of the expansion. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'm just going to editorialize and say, bring the details on. You're the community. That's where we hope the details are going to come from. Mr. Jeffers, you have your hand up. You have the floor.
Hi, Angus Jeffers, just with personal comments. I want to support the comments from Mr. Beck and Mr. Linder that I think there should be an employee housing overlay, but it should be wholly distinguished and separate from the RCC boundaries. RCC is a very powerful zoning designation which is intended to identify, those areas that are critical to serve the commercial needs of the community as well as the visiting public. And I consider that just wholly distinguishable from areas that the community recognizes as these would be appropriate areas where we could see, expanded density for employee housing. Those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jeffers. Mr. Smiley, you have your hand up. You have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Can you hear me?
You're a little broken up. I don't quite know why. We'll check at our end, but speak clearly and we'll see what we can do.
Great. I'm in Big Sur. That's probably why I don't have great connection. I would say the LUAC back in 11 years ago started this conversation about adding workforce housing based upon the fact that in the late 80s and early 90s, one example of a business that had 17 employees, and they all lived in Big Sur. That same business, as of the time we met, had 30 employees, and none of them lived in Big Sur. So a lot of the highway impact is taking employee traffic in the early morning and in the late afternoon. And we wanted to expand the ability for businesses to have housing so that we would reduce the highway traffic in that regard. And that's the reason why we put the housing overlay on Big Sur. Thank you very much. That's it for me.
Thank you, Mr. Smiley. Much appreciated. I see no additional hands up. Madam Clerk, do we have any additional hands up that I'm missing or comments via email?
There are no hands up on Zoom, and we did receive an email from Kodiak Greenwood, which is being distributed as we speak.
Thank you. Much appreciated. I'm going to close the public comment, bring it back to the commission. Commissioner Daniels?
Thank you. I'm hoping, because, had there been corporate interests that were reaching out to staff, I would have assumed that I had been privy to them, and I haven't. So I just want to give Taylor Price the opportunity perhaps to just walk us through the process that led to the pink dotted lines for all of us, just so we can know what steps you took to get to this presentation, and so people can leave here with as clear an understanding as possible of what was presented today and can be thinking about next steps versus any concerns that might not be necessary.
Of course. So through the chair, any public comments that were received that specifically called out particular APNs, and this focus, just to be clear, is only on Big Sur Valley, but any particular APNs that were called out or any particular parcels that were noted, that was included in the pink hashed lines. In addition, staff did review the prior LUAC maps as well, when trying to weigh those concerns or possible expansion areas of the RCC.
May continue then through the chair. So were there conversations then that we didn't see or hear about that went directly to staff that weren't part of the public record?
All those conversations should be a part of the public record, and in particular, Exhibit E in the current staff report and exhibits, those should be included.
I think Ms. Beretti has a addition or
No, just to kind of reemphasize, this was one of the things is part of the lines drawn are parcels. There was no back-scene communications or malintent coming forward to this. It was sort of an amalgamation of prior discussions. I think what I'm hearing as staff is one way in which I think the ad hoc and staff were trying to look at resolving some of that input and some of the ways in which the land use designations and changing in zoning, the inconsistencies that exist and desires was possibly through that RCC expansion. We're hearing a lot of input that maybe was too broad. Also, to avoid split zoning, entire parcels are included in pink lines, even if the actual target area would be much smaller. Some of that is just not an intention that this is all going to build out, but to avoid split zoning. So I think I would just reemphasize, that was kind of how we got to these maps, and in order to bring something forward to have the discussion of what really needs to be achieved. And I think, that's much of the public feedback that I as staff have heard too, is, if the importance is, there's consistency issues, which we can address and look at separately and kind of play out, but then affordable, workforce housing. Too broad of a tool, too broad of a zoning consideration. Okay, we can now look at it with a little bit more of a scalpel approach and see what might be a better way to get at that.
Thank you, Ms. Beretti. Commissioner Daniels.
One follow-up then, and thank you for that. I really appreciate that, and that's helpful, and as is all the feedback that we've gotten today. The affordable housing overlay that was proposed by the LUAC, I think we'd addressed this in an earlier meeting, but that wasn't possible as an approach for a specific reason, and I'm not remembering what that reason was, and maybe Ms. Beretti remembers?
No, actually, so as soon as that came up today, I was trying to rack my brain. That was a general direction decision that had been made previously to not take that approach. I think we'll just look at it with fresh eyes. So I think staff who are currently working can't necessarily recreate how we got here, but we'll just look at it with fresh eyes for the input that we've gotten and see what would be an appropriate approach.
Thank you. Commissioner Mendoza, did you have your hand up?
Yes, I did. What I was thinking in reference to the map and expanding the RCCs, how about instead of expanding them, having probably the people that are trying to provide employee housing issue them like a special use permit or what have you, instead of opening such a broad area for potential other types of development. If we're trying to attack the employee housing situation, it would be better, kind of like similar to what we're doing currently for the farm worker housing facilities, that they're in an agriculture area and they're not zoned for that, but yet, they can build that type of housing on them. I think would probably be a better approach than just opening up so much more potential for other types of development. And if it's a special land use permit where they can do employee housing, where it would come back to the Planning Commission, then the Planning Commission would decide, whoever it might be at that point, whether it could be built or not. I think it would be a lot easier than just saying, okay, you have all this area and these are all the different things you can do. I mean, it's just a matter of what we're trying to attack. That's just my opinion on that.
Thank you. Pretty much appreciated. I would add, I've heard the community loud and clear that it's not just employee housing, it's affordable housing for people who may not be dependent on a single employer. So the models that rely entirely on employer housing would fall short, in my view, of what the community has been looking for. So it is maybe a good part of it, but it's not the whole picture. I think Commissioner Shaw?
Thank you. I just wanted to, agree with the community input and what other commissioners have said, that I'm not totally comfortable with this huge expansion of these community areas. My personal experience has been that when something like that happens, with a goal in mind of creating housing, affordable housing, improving the community, it kind of opens the door for a lot of other things to come in that are not going to actually improve the community. And keeping in mind that the Planning Commission is not the final decision-making body. So while those things might come to the Planning Commission and the Planning Commission can say, hey, this is not a good fit for the community, it's intensification, what have you, that can not matter in the end. So to make these goals very clear and make the designations and overlays extremely clear in an attempt to not have a door that can be shoved open in an area that is ripe for, being taken advantage of.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Roberts?
I have just a very general comment, and that is that no one here today has come across as aggressive. And this is such a passionate topic. It's a super important plan for a very unique part of California. And I think I speak for all of us in saying that this public process is why we sit here. And I know, having met Commissioner Deal in 2005-06, this is what she was working on. And and so there's a lot of history, a lot of knowledge that I don't personally have. And so when we sit here, this is a very important process. I am grateful for every single comment and for the continued comments throughout the process. And then the other thing is for the commenters who wish to add something else when we only allow a 3-minute one-time speaking, put it in writing. We read everything that's in writing, and that's also part of the process. So.
Thank you, Commissioner. Anybody else want to weigh in? I think that we need to move to next steps since we were out of time, and we need to move on to the next thing, which in this case would be lunch. I think, Mr. Price, do you have an outline of some suggested next steps that we could discuss expeditiously here?
Yes. Alex, could you please share my, thank you. So it is possible that staff can return to the Planning Commission on May 8th for a continued public workshop, specifically on Title 20 and the zoning maps and land use maps, in particular, just to give the public and commissioners more time to digest these proposals and possible expansion areas. The second option is staff could return to the Planning Commission tentatively on June 26th for a new public workshop to review and receive public input regarding the ad hoc committee's proposed updates to the Big Sur Coast Land Use Plan.
Thank you, Mr. Price. Commissioners, thoughts? Commissioner Daniels?
Both sound great, but I'm wondering if perhaps it doesn't have to be a full Planning Commission meeting, but if it were possible to go back to the May, if you could put the May date up, I would be happy to participate in a, roll up your sleeves, look at the maps at the Grange as was suggested or something like that, or if there's a way to sort of incorporate, I just want to make it as easy as possible for people to, since we did seem to get to the point here where perhaps a scalpel is what's needed, not full-scale expansion as was presented. I'm just curious if there's a way to engage the community in a way that would be more helpful by the time we get to May 8th, or to incorporate that somehow into May 8th. I don't have an idea of how to do that if we did it here. But I'm leaning toward the May 8th in terms of us getting back together to talk about the outstanding from today, which would be the zoning maps and the.
I think Ms. Beretti may have a comment on that.
Yeah, just thinking about what we've heard both from the commissioners and the public. I think one thing I did hear was this idea of possibly going out into the community, and I heard Commissioner Deal, you suggest even that could happen informally. I think one thing for us, if we continue it to May 8th, we wouldn't necessarily intend to present any new information. We would basically give the community more time to digest what was put before them, a little better understanding of what came out of this, and then it could be an opportunity where if you as ad hoc commissioners wanted to go down and speak with the community to then also help inform and bring some of that to continue that conversation, I think that could be a productive approach.
And if I understand correctly, then if we went that approach, the meeting on May 8th would be a great opportunity to get on the public record the stuff that the community would like to see the ad hoc propose in the next iteration. Is that right?
Yeah, I think it could bring in that community input. It would give some time for staff. It would give staff a little bit of time to go back and provide a little bit more background for sort of the how and why addressing inconsistencies in the plan, separate those topics out from the general conversation of expand, how do we get more affordable and employee housing? So it would give staff a little time to add that inconsistency piece separate from the other as well for the community.
I would support that approach. Thank you.
Thank you. My only hesitation is that in order to have the scalpel approach proposed by Commissioner Daniels and others, we need some maps, and that's going to require some county support. Would that be something the county could help us with?
Yes, I think we have the skill set, and I think we're far enough along that we should be able to do that. I think we'll need a little bit of time to think of how to productively kind of bring that mapping tool availability to the public and here for workshopping, but I think we can rise up to that challenge between here and May 8th.
And then further, what are our options for publicizing this to the wider community so that we get broad involvement in such an informal discussion we're discussing it at the Planning Commission. What is it we can do that's official? What do we need to go figure out and do in our own spare time? Can we put out an invitation? Can we ask the county to put out an invitation? What can we do?
I think what I'd say is if it's a continued workshop, typically we would just then distribute to our public distribution list. We wouldn't necessarily re-notify. Staff is happy to do something a little more proactive in advance of that, focusing more, say, with a community workshop style advertisement. But I think we're open to what
I was talking about the informal get-together to do this in between. What can we do and how much resource can we get to help us make this happen? Frankly, because I don't have a staff. It's like I can't myself say I'm going to organize this major party.
If I can ask just a point of clarification. So if commissioner or commissioners wanted to go informally out to the community or formally hold some sort of town hall in the community, I would imagine that from a staffing perspective, that might, if you wanted it to be similar, I'm just trying to understand what that scope might look like to think about. So it seems like some mapping availability and printouts would be needed to be able to support that. And then I think in terms of just getting a community workshop type advertisement, that's not a huge lift on staff to be able to help support. So I think just clarity on giving, I'm being mindful because just we have for the same overlapping staff, some other very high priority regulations that are moving exactly in the same time frame. And so I think I'm comfortable that by giving us a month plus to address mapping for a workshop would be doable. I would be a little reluctant to commit to significant mapping and printout for something that's more than 3 to 4 weeks out. 3 weeks, maybe?
So I guess what I'm saying is that under this proposal that we come back at May 6th, and I would propose an abbreviated time period for that workshop because it would be more specific. As Commissioner Daniels has discussed, I'm understanding that that would allow us to interface with staff as the ad hoc committee to try to come up with a good way to get some informal opportunities for comment. And I assume that we can call on some of our community partners to help us do that. But I want the commissioners to know that I would be looking for some help from county staff to make that informal operation happen. And so that would be something in the consideration when we decide what to do going forward. Any further thoughts about what to do going forward? Next steps? Do we need to, perhaps a motion to continue this to May the 6th, was it? 8th? I'm sorry, I'm not looking at the date, and I'm terribly date impaired. With the understanding that the ad hoc committee will attempt to provide a community forum for some detailed feedback in the Big Sur area. Ms. Moretti?
If I may just ask before you take a motion, if you can just give staff one quick second so we can Teams message to clarify really quickly.
Okay. Tell me when you've done whatever this esoteric thing you're doing is.
Sorry, what I was trying to see is if we had the ability, if instead of, to give a little more time for staff to be able to help support for informal community discussion prior to coming back to the Planning Commission. I was trying to ascertain if perhaps we could continue the formal hearing to the second meeting in May, which is May 29th, to give a little more time for staff to then be able to better support the on the ground work with the community. What I will flag is May 29th is our tentative date for the vacation rental ordinances to come to the commission and potentially the housing element. So that was why I just wanted to, I was trying to think of a better way to support, but it looks like then we have quite a bit of policy work all happening on top of each other.
Commissioners, your thoughts? Commissioner Mendoza?
What if we do date uncertain, just to give me enough time and when it's ready? Or do you think that would not be a good idea? It'd get lost?
I personally wouldn't support that because the community needs to know where they're headed. And if it's uncertain, then some of us have to deal with that uncertainty on a daily basis. And I'd rather not. Commissioner Roberts?
If staff thinks they need a little more time to be able to include this community workshop before this happening, maybe we move it to the first June meeting. Short-term rental ordinance seems like could be heavy.
I think that's possible, yeah.
And the one thing we will note, the first June meeting, unfortunately, our key staff person will not be available for that. We could come up with an alternative to try to support
Possibly through the chair, we could continue it to the June 26th meeting, but just plan on being a pure continuance rather than having a new public workshop on the 26th.
Another option could be to look at, I mean, not that special meetings come together easily, but that could be another alternative to consider a special meeting just for this particular topic, and maybe we do it at a time of day or other that might be a little more amenable for the community participation. That's another option. We're not wanting to push it too far out, but just trying to be reasonable about what we see moving over the next 2 months.
Commissioner Shaw?
I just have a question. Does it have to be a formal, like we have all these printouts and notifications meeting with the community? Because I feel like what I've experienced here is that Big Sur is very well organized, very community driven, and they really are willing to put the time and effort into advocating for their community. And so while it would be nice to have the printouts and the projectors or whatever is going to happen, maybe it could just be very informal to just get the ball rolling, knowing that we're not going to be done with this on June 8th or 26th or whatever date it's coming forward.
I would add that, yes, I think informal discussions as we have been having are absolutely possible. But if we're talking about details of land use over particular parcels, we're going to need some help. I don't see why that can't be electronic. I don't know that we have to have particular printouts except of what's available currently. We can take in input in whatever format we get it. But my larger question is, we're talking about the Big Sur Land Use Plan. We're talking about involving the community. The stakeholders in Big Sur extend around the world. And the eventual plan has to be looked at by all the stakeholders. And that's not only the community. And so the sooner we can provide adequate, broad opportunities for input, even beyond those that have been readily available by the well-organized Big Sur community, the better. Because if those pieces of information come in at a late date, then we have a much larger issue to bring the 2 points of view together if they're different. Commissioner Daniels?
I was going to suggest that for the informal meeting with the community, in order to make it easier for staff, I'm wondering about if we're able to really get the word out and publicize it, which I think we will, would it be easier if we selected a room at Schilling Place or something like that, where it could be the overhead projector and all the mapping technology could be utilized from your home office, from your home base? Would that help us get this meeting up and running and effectively done? Would that be helpful?
So if I can make one suggestion, so I think just for clarity, so what I'm hearing is we don't want to push the conversation too far out where we're not returning here to the Planning Commission as the formal public forum. I think if the commissioners are comfortable, just if we look at, I think realistically, staff could work with the ad hoc committee. Maybe what we do is we schedule an ad hoc committee meeting. We can think of that location, but look at it closer to the 3 to 4 weeks out. So it's close to when that next public workshop. So there might not be time to fully digest, incorporate feedback before coming, but we can kind of schedule them near each other. So it's similar amount of effort. It's the same resources. It just gives us an opportunity to schedule that special, and staff can work with the ad hoc. So I think if you're open to something like that, then we would be able to support it, and staff can work with Commissioner Daniels and Deal for the timing of kind of this concept of a special ad hoc meeting, inviting the community, a location that works, that's closer to the public workshop, that's almost kind of in preparation of that. If that approach is okay to the commission, then I think that is supportable by staff.
And to be clear, that would be continuing it formally continuing to the 8th, with this understanding that with what she said. Commissioners, what do you think? Okay, somebody want to move that it's a good idea? I think that's a motion that can be made.
I'll move that we do what Melanie Beretti just stated, and it's a very good idea.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded that we continue this hearing, this public workshop, to May the 8th with a good many other provisos as herein discussed. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. And the motion carries. I'm going to go ahead and recess us for lunch at this point. We will return at 1:30. Thank you, everyone, ever so much for your help.
Mic 1 check. Mic 2 check. Mic 3 check. Mic 4 check. Mic 5 check. Mic 6 check. Mic 7 check. Mic 8 check. Mic 10 check. Mic 11 check. Oh, well, now this is mic 11 check. Mic 12 check. Staff mic 1 check. Staff mic 2 check. Clerk mic check. Podium mic check. ADA mic check.
could reconvene. I'm getting nods from my right and nods from my left. All right. Can I ask that we call the roll just to confirm that everybody is back from lunch, or at least say so on the record?
Commissioner Shaw?
Here.
Commissioner Getzelman?
Here.
Commissioner Work?
Here.
Commissioner Gonzalez?
Here.
Commissioner Gomez is absent. Commissioner Mendoza?
Here.
Commissioner Deal?
Here.
Commissioner Roberts?
Here.
Commissioner Daniels?
Here.
And Commissioner Monsalve is also absent. Chair, you have a quorum.
Thank you. Much appreciated. So we are reconvening, and I believe our next item is agenda item number 4, PLN 230064.
Commissioner Deal?
Yeah.
I'm going to need to recuse myself on this item because of a campaign contribution in excess of $250 from a participant in this proceeding within the last 12 months.
Thank you. Sorry to lose your voice, but appreciate your care. So this is the Roberts, Brian, and Adrian D. Trust, and I'm going to turn it over to Planner D'Angelo or Israel or whoever it is first up. Okay.
I'm Phil Angelo, and I'll be presenting staff's presentation for this project. It's located at 37600 Highway 1 in Big Sur in the Big Sur Land Use Plan. And the scope of the project is a residential remodel together with demolishing and replacing a guest house, constructing a new detached garage with an auto court, associated site improvements, and merging the two properties. It's shown as a single parcel, but it actually has 2 legal lots. So this is kind of an aerial image of the site with the highway up here. Driveway wraps around, comes back to the residence, which is here. Here's the guest house. And then sandwiched in between there is a deck, a lawn area, and an existing garden. Kind of going down the site, here's the northern area with some coastal bluff and sage scrub. And there's a walking path that leads all the way down to a seating area down here. And this is just kind of the reverse view. So this is the existing site plan. The areas of the residence that would be demolished are these hatched areas here. And there's an indoor pool in this portion of the residence that would be pulled out and that area filled. And this is the existing guest house that would be demolished. This is the proposed site plan with the new detached guest house. A new outdoor pool would be constructed here to replace the indoor pool, and the driveway along here would be replaced. The new detached garage would be here and the auto court here. And then a path would connect that auto court area back to the residence. These are the existing and proposed main floor plan for the main level, I'm sorry. As part of the remodel, the attached garage that is basically inside the residence is being removed, and then that's going to be converted into the entry and floor area. The project would merge 2 existing properties into one single 4.15 acre parcel. The merged parcel would eliminate a side setback nonconformity here and eliminate a legal lot of record that is within the critical viewshed and has environmentally sensitive habitat area on it. So recognizing Big Sur's outstanding beauty, one of the Big Sur land use plans, or LUP's key policies, is to prohibit all development within the Big Sur critical viewshed, which includes everything viewable from Highway 1. The procedure for developing whether a property is viewable is unaided visibility in any season, and that ocean views not be obscured by artificial berming and landscaping. The site and structures on it are visible in the critical viewshed. Staff have additional photos, but the most visible portion of the site is the existing residence, which can be seen most prominently when you're driving north to south, looking east. And then kind of as you're immediately parallel or perpendicular to the site and you look downward, you can see the driveway and the other structures and site improvements. This is kind of the final shot. Once you're south and you look back up north, you can see the top of the residence and then it passes out of view. So on September 26, 2023, the Big Sur Land Use Advisory Committee reviewed the project at a site visit and meeting. They were concerned about the proposed replacement guest house and the new detached garage being viewable in the critical view shed, and they recommended that they be removed from the project. They were also concerned that slimming up of the cypress trees that screen the site had made the existing structures and improvements more visible, and that the large quantity of glass on the residence would create a potential nighttime lanterning effect. In response to these comments, the applicant worked to redesign their proposal while retaining the garage and the guest house as part of their application. They lowered the height of the replacement guest house by 3 feet and 3 inches, lowered the height of the proposed garage by 6 feet and 9 inches, and also are proposing to kind of fill in the area where the garage would go to make it consistent with the adjacent, what is called here the presumed natural grade. Because this lawn area here had been kind of flattened down, filling it up would have the effect of making it not viewable from the view shed. They also incorporated automatic blinds that would lower at night in order to prevent lanterning from inside the residence, creating nighttime light in the critical view shed. And so staff are recommending that that be incorporated into the standard exterior lighting plan condition, as well as applying a landscaping condition of approval that includes specific language to state that the intent of the landscaping is to partially screen views of the existing structures from Highway 1, but not be so tall as to block ocean views. And that would address the LULAC's concern regarding the limbing of the cypress trees. I apologize. So the replacement guest house is consistent with land use plan policy governing replacement structures in the critical view shed, which allows replacements to be in the same more or less visible location. And the garage, being a new detached structure, is consistent with land use plan policies for sites partially in the critical view shed, which require that the best available planning techniques be used to permit development, and that changes in design, height, or bulk be required where it would result in an approvable project. The project was referred back to the Land Use Advisory Committee, who recommended approval as proposed at their February 27th, 2024 meeting. The project would entail development within 50 feet of a coastal bluff. Coordinated geological and geotechnical reports were prepared by Harrow Kucinich Associates, which evaluated the potential of geologic hazards on the site. Based on historic bluff retreat, the geologists estimated that future bluff retreat over the next 50 years would be about 4 feet. But they also incorporated the slope stability analysis of the geotechnical engineer to come up with what they're calling the 50-year erosion and slope stability setback. New habitable development was recommended to be seaward of this setback, while any development in an existing development, landward of this setback, while any development seaward of it would be subject to coastal hazards and potentially need to be sacrificed over the next 50 years. As portions of the existing home are within seaward of this setback, the geotechnical engineer recommended installing a deep foundation system that would place the foundations below the bluff setback line. In this case, the applicants are proposing to do that with helical piles, which are basically big screws that go into the ground. And the LUP requires that in areas subject to known hazards, a specific condition be applied that requires a deed restriction that discloses the nature of those hazards and establishes specific maintenance requirements. In this case, the property is subject to known coastal hazards, including bluff erosion and slope stability issues. To ensure consistency with this policy, staff are recommending condition 9, which would require a deed restriction be recorded on the property, identifying it subject to those coastal hazards, prohibiting future armoring or seawalls if the development is ever threatened by them, and requiring removal or relocation if the development ever becomes safe without the use of seawalls or other shoreline protective devices. The project proposes development on slopes in excess of 30%, which requires a coastal development permit, and the decision-making body to find that the development on slopes is either unavoidable and/or it better meets the goals, policies, and objectives of the local coastal program. The installation of a stormwater line that goes from the residence over past the bluff would require approximately 280 square feet of development on slopes in excess of 30%. This development is unavoidable as the drainage line is required in order to adhere to the recommendations of the geotechnical report, which required that stormwater be installed and that it go out past the bluff edge in order to prevent erosion issues from impacting the site and the residents. The project also proposes approximately 1,200 square feet of development on slopes for the auto court and for the auto court fire truck turnaround and this path toward the residents. This is kind of standing on the site looking toward a deck here. All of these sloped areas are kind of essentially like built up artificial mounds here and then along here and then down here for the for this garden area. The north and northwest portions of the site contain coastal bluff scrub and coastal scage scrub, which are environmentally sensitive habitat area. Biological report was prepared for the project, which indicates that these areas would not be impacted by the proposed project. And in accordance with the land use plan, a condition is recommended that would require the applicant to place these areas of environmentally sensitive habitat area into a conservation and scenic easement. As there's a similar requirement in the scenic resources section of the land use plan for areas that are potentially developable in the critical viewshed, staff are recommending a single condition that would require that a conservation and scenic easement deed be recorded that would protect both the scenic or the critical viewshed areas and the environmentally sensitive habitat area. Therefore, staff recommend that the Planning Commission find the project categorically exempt from CEQA and approve a combined development permit consisting of a coastal development permit to allow merging the two properties, a coastal administrative permit and design approval to allow the construction portions of the project, a coastal development permit to allow development within the critical viewshed, coastal development permit to allow development within 50 feet of a bluff, a coastal development permit to allow development on slopes in excess of 30%, and a coastal development permit to allow development within 100 feet of environmentally sensitive habitat area. I apologize, I stuttered a bit through that, but that concludes staff's presentation, and staff is available for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Angelo. Anybody on the commission like to ask a clarifying question or some such? Anybody? Not seeing any of those. I would like to just look at the deed restriction easement language. What are we exactly asking and over what area?
So we don't have the scenic easement deed or the specific area defined presently. The condition will require that the applicant prepare a plat that shows the areas that would then be reviewed by staff and taken to the Board of Supervisors. Let me look at the language of the condition as well.
Please do, because I think we need to be absolutely clear about the required outcomes of such a thing in order to be comfortable leaving that for future determination. And I'm assuming that this language is intended to refer to the newly created parcel that's merged to two original parcels. So I just want to make sure all that is as clear as can be. With that, are there any other questions besides me here? Seeing none, I'd like to open public comment and invite the applicant, or in this case, it appears the applicant's representative, forward to tell us what you want to tell us.
Good afternoon, Anthony Lombardo, behalf of the Roberts. You just have me now. Mr. Stoker couldn't stay any longer, so I'll do my best. I have a presentation on PowerPoint, but I don't think it's necessary. Phil has done his usual excellent job presenting, explaining the project. The house is going to be updated. The most interesting thing about this project is the indoor swimming pool he mentioned is actually built in the shape of a whale, which is kind of a strange thing for a swimming pool, but that's what it is. The applicant, I had the pleasure of meeting one of the LUAC members from Big Sur here by accident this afternoon, and he thanked me for our client's willingness to listen to their concerns and redesign the project to meet those concerns. So as staff's told you, the project was unanimously recommended for approval by the LUAC after the revisions were made. So I'm happy to answer any questions you have. Other than that, I'm sure everybody appreciate getting out of here sooner than later. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lombardo. Would you just clarify your understanding of what the easement is going to do?
Yeah, the easement regarding the scenic easement, or the easement he spoke to at the end about the deed restriction about no seawalls or coastal protective measures.
Choice A.
The scenic and conservation easement is a standard county form that does not allow alteration of the areas that are subject to the easement, placing of ornamental vegetation, grading, tree cutting, etc. Other than what are allowed improvements. Typically, those are things like driveways or utilities installations. So that will cover the remainder of the site with the exception of the development area. And as staff mentioned earlier, we're turning 2 legal lots into 1 here. So we're gaining 50% less development in the critical potential in the critical viewshed than would have existed before this project.
Mr. Angelo, can we have the map?
So I can share a proposed, I can share the site plan, but I don't have a proposed map for the easement area.
The site plan will be fine, thank you.
I did kind of draw out a plat of where we were conceptually thinking that the easement would go, but the applicant hasn't had the opportunity to review that.
I guess I'm wanting to be comfortable that the understanding of the goals here are shared and that we get that written down. So just like to see the plot map, and let's review what we expect.
And would it be possible for me to share my screen through Zoom? I have it wirelessly.
Okay, so we need the parcel lines to be visible. There we go. There we go. So the amended parcel line. So I want to see the whole deal.
That will go back one, I think, that shows both lots.
Okay.
Oh, sorry.
Went by. Okay, so we are looking at the lot where the house footprint is. Well, now we're not looking at anything. Okay, that one there. And then the other lot that's being added is where?
So this is the existing 1.59 acre lot, and then this whole area here is the 2.56 acre lot. Our understanding of where the easement area would cover would be everything excepting existing and approved development. So something like starting here and then conserving the entirety here.
But we assume that the steep slopes are already protected. Is that the thought here? Because you're leaving out the southern seaward point.
I think the thought process was that we were going to put a drainage line through there. We could also include those areas in the easement if it would make the commission more comfortable with the intended outcome. This is kind of what I was thinking in my head.
Yeah, I appreciate that, and I'm not in any way questioning what anybody is thinking in their head. I just want to make sure that we all have the same image in our head so that we can write down what the outcomes are going to be. My thought here, it looks like the whole new lot is basically being considered to be put into a protective easement to clarify it against the hazard easement, with the exception of allowance to run a drain line through it. Is that correct?
Yes, I believe that's correct.
Okay. And that easement would protect both the critical viewshed and the habitat, right?
Correct.
Okay, so that's our understanding, and I think it would be really important to look at our condition and make sure that's what we're talking about, at least from my point of view. Any other questions for the applicant's representative? Commissioner Shaw, did you? Okay, we'll come back for question for staff. Thank you, Mr. Lombardo.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else who would like to speak on this matter from the public? Anybody in the chambers? There's an unknown gentleman coming to the microphone.
Any chance to speak? Yeah, I wasn't planning on coming up and speaking on this, but as a LUAC member in Big Sur,
Is Mr.
Marcus Foster.
Yep. Speaking personally?
I'll speak on behalf of the LUAC.
Have you been authorized by the LUAC?
I have not, so I'll speak on behalf of myself. Okay. They did on our first meeting and their first proposal that they brought forward to the LUAC. There were some issues that we had with the critical view shed on the new garage and the guest house. They were taking out one guest house, putting in another, and it doesn't happen all the time like this, but they actually came back and remedied the issues that we had. And we were happy with those. But I just want to say that they actually made a very strong effort to do the changes that we recommended. So that was something of note. And I just, I know it's going off a little bit, but one thing that's happening, and it's happened on this particular lot also, is the cypress trees that used to be screening of the house, it's much more visible now, but I think it's happening up and down the coast. And I just want to emphasize that cypress trees are invasive non-natives, and what happens is they get tall, they block the ocean view, and then they get limbed up where you can see the houses. So there's, just to be aware that cypress trees are not the best long-term screening of houses. And I think we even talked with the planner about, doing non-natives and figuring out a way to make that house a little bit less visible from the highway. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Foster. Anybody else in the chambers? Seeing none, is there anybody online? Madam Clerk, I don't see anybody. Are there any comments on the email?
No, we have not received new emails and no hands up on Zoom.
Thank you. Mr. Lombardo, do you want to respond to anything you heard in public comment?
Thank him for his positive comments. Thanks.
Thank you. I'm going to go ahead and close public comment and bring it back to the commission. Commissioners? Commissioner Roberts?
I was looking through the conditions, and on page 29 of our packet, it's page 9 of the conditions. Looks like it's E, the critical view shed determination. There's a paragraph about, it says in summary and explains the critical view shed considerations. And I guess I would like to strengthen that further and specify it even more, that summary as it pertains to this particular property. If we know how much the percentage, I guess, of the new development versus the old development we are preserving the view shed, or to somehow quantify the improvements that this new project are making to this project, to this site, I mean, and then also maybe even including the fact that there's another parcel that is being combined and can't be developed, or somehow further strengthening that paragraph to really make it apply specifically to this project.
Staff?
Are you referring to the conditions or the draft resolution, Commissioner?
I'm in the resolution. Yes, in the resolution.
And was it specifically this evidence E, the critical view shed determination, or
Well,
discussing kind of further the evidences about why it's supportable in this case, given that it's reducing overall visibility and trying to quantify that more precisely?
yes, I mean, I think that you've done a good job of kind of describing the generalities of it. I guess I'm reading it in terms of, in thinking about the critical view shed and how important that is, that another project doesn't pick this resolution up and say, well, this one was afforded this, it's in the critical view shed, and I guess just to be really specific about this project, that it's an overall reduction if we know by how much, and
I might need to take a look into the plans to pull some numbers, but I can certainly add in evidence that discusses, given the extremely important nature of the critical view shed, this project is supportable in this specific case because of the reductions in visibility, and then quantify those more precisely.
thank you, at least for me.
Commissioner Shaw?
Okay, completely off topic of that. And I'm just, maybe you can help me understand, and I'm confused because I've seen it in other conditions due to the age of the home. I've seen it in the conditions where they've talked about doing the asbestos survey before demolition starts, and I just don't see it in this one, and I'm wondering why that is.
So I guess through the chair, the asbestos survey is typically applied through the building permitting process. I can't remember a time since I've been here that we've applied that asbestos survey condition.
Through the chair, sorry, no, I've seen it in, I need to save it next time I come across it. I've seen it in one of the conditions where they've mentioned it, and I don't know if it was in like the construction management plan or somewhere else, and I know that's kind of out of our scope. I just was curious why I wasn't seeing it here. But it sounds like that's maybe not something that can be answered.
Commissioner, I can offer a little historical perspective in that we used to have a number of boilerplate conditions that several years ago we went through to look and see which of those was still required given the other requirements to complete a project. This may have been one where we had them in in part of the old project records, but when we cleaned up that template, for want of a better word, we might have said, maybe we don't need this anymore since it's already covered. And as I recall, project fees are determined in part by how many conditions you have to maintain. So there was a lot of hope that we could minimize the number of actual conditions on the project to only those that we needed to have. But I don't think that any of that cleanup in my memory had to do with removing requirements. It just had to do with they're already in, we don't have to say that, so let's not duplicate. I can't speak to whether that is exactly what happened with this one, but I remember it happening in other cases.
Through the chair, thank you. Yeah, that does help a lot with my understanding, because I do understand, I believe that's like under MBARD's review. Like that's already taken care of. It's not something we need to worry about. I was just had recalled seeing it, so thank you.
Other commissioners? My comments are a couple of them. One of them, besides making sure that we have a clear understanding on the record of what the easement is going to do and where it's going to be. I think we've discussed it, as long as we can make sure that that understanding is translated to the next step. I have a minor comment here, and I think it's illustrated on page 9 of the resolution, the findings and evidence on page 29 of your packet. And it goes to the comment that Mr. Foster made about the cypress trees. The site developments are no longer screened by cypress trees. There are cypress trees, but as they are currently maintained, they don't affect the view from the highway of the construction in the way that they used to, or in fact, very much. So to say that the site is heavily screened by cypress trees at this moment in time isn't strictly accurate in the application it is in today, at least in my view as a person who drives by there frequently. So I don't know, I'm uncomfortable with that reference because in fact it doesn't do that job anymore, even though there are still trees. Trees have not been removed. I'm not alleging any of that. And again, this keeps happening where we have development that has typically been screened by cypress trees, and that's what keeps us from looking at it from the highway, and now the cypress trees are no longer doing that job. Subsequently, the structures are exposed. Subsequently, the structures are already in the critical view shed. Subsequently, we can look at these larger or increased or changed structures in a way that we couldn't before, because we aren't requiring that prior existing screening that was provided by the cypress trees to be there anymore. So I'm struggling with that myself, not particularly in this case, but in general. And that's one of the reasons where we talk about in the critical view shed, I believe that the folks that did the LUP expressed concern about the use of vegetative screening, because it typically changes. It's kind of a function of vegetation that it changes. In our case, it can grow up, fall down, get burned, whatever, and then doesn't provide that same function. So I'm a little uncomfortable with that language in this case, but not so much as to cause big trouble. I would like the construction management plan to reference not only saying what they're going to do about parking, but talk about minimizing impacts to public access and visual access as well. It's one of the things that we see on the highway frequently is that there are a lot of construction vehicles, and sometimes those end up in places where people frequently park to look at the view. If there's a way to avoid that, that would always be preferable. So when we're looking about outcomes, the construction management plan if it could include at least some language into the expected outcomes about minimizing the visual impacts and impacts to public access, I'd appreciate it. Other than that, anybody else? Commissioner Gonzalez?
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to say thank you to Mr. Lombardo and the LUAC members and the gentleman that is here. A lot of times we get different projects where people are mostly on opposite ends of trying to find solutions, and sometimes, the commission makes recommendations to try to either go back and relook at certain things to try to make the project smaller. But at the same time, I'd like to commend LUAC and Mr. Lombardo for working together in terms of, for me, positive. I think that's important to continue that work, and hopefully with other individuals with other projects. I think it's important to try to continue working together for projects. Anyways, thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Just like to second what Commissioner Gonzalez has said, to not only thank the LUAC, but the applicant for coming to a meeting of the minds and making our job so much easier. Commissioners, would you like to take an action? Commissioner Roberts?
I meant to say this at the beginning. Although I share the last name with the applicant, I have no relation and unfortunately don't know them. I wish I did. But with that said, I'd like to move staff's recommendation as proposed with the changes we discussed.
Staff clear on what that is?
Let me pull them up and review them really quickly.
Thank you. Is there a second to that motion? Commissioner Mendoza seconds the motion, so now we can talk about it.
This is our understanding of the recommended changes. The first one is regarding the easement. The general understanding was that it would be specific about the outcomes and exactly where it would protect and what it would go. This is the draft that we worked up on during the hearing. Essentially, it would cover the entirety of that 2.56 acre parcel B. except the existing walking path that is approved and the approved drainage line. And then based on Commissioner Roberts' comments, incorporating evidence that includes the quantification of the reduction to development in the critical view shed, regarding the amount of screening from the existing vegetation. I'm not sure if this was part of the change or if this was just a comment, but we would be happy to change that from that it's heavily screened to that it's somewhat screened or something along those lines. And then including language in the construction management plan condition regarding minimizing impacts. And I apologize, Commissioner, I was trying to work on the first piece. My understanding was that that was regarding the view shed and visual access, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Yes, that is what we have.
Okay. My preference on 3 would be just to take that part out.
Okay.
Doesn't need to be there. So with that understanding.
Through the chair.
Yes, Ms. Israel.
So I just wanted to address the description in number 1. I think we should amend that to easement shall encompass all the existing parcel B, and that it allows the existing walking path and approved stormwater line within the conservation scenic easement. Reason being that recently we've had to process some legal descriptions on scenic easement deeds that our county surveyor has had a really tough time with and advised against, in which there's a legal description that goes on for like 10 pages, going point by point around every sidewalk and smaller element. We'd like to avoid that and just do large chunks if possible.
I don't see an issue with that. Does anyone? Thank you. Appreciate that. I guess I would just say about this, it's looking at this, and it's just in my mind right now because of all the discussion we had this morning about housing and Big Sur. And one of the things we have is a transfer of development credits for parcels that are able to develop but are in the critical view shed. And that gives you 2 slots for increased density. We're giving up one of those in this case. But it wasn't going to be developed because it is in the critical view shed. And so that there is a provision for that. But it still can't be developed, so that's fine. All right, if there's no further discussion, I'm going to take the vote. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, no. And the motion carries. Thank you all. All right. The records show that Commissioner Daniels has returned to the panel, and we are going to move on to item number 5, which is PLN 220352, Chun Tao Ma and Ningzhang Trust. So I apologize if I mispronounced that. And this is a continued public hearing, and Ms. Israel or Mr. Angelo, whichever of you wishes to speak, please feel free to do so.
Yes, good afternoon again, Commissioners. For the record, I'm Phil Angelo, and I'll be presenting on behalf of Zoe Zepp for PLN 220352. The property is located at 26132 Carmel Knolls in Carmel within the Carmel Valley Master Plan. And the proposal would be an administrative, oh my goodness. I was on the wrong PowerPoint. Yes.
Let the record reflect that Mr. Angelo has been working over the past 2 days. We know this to be the case.
My brain is still on bridge rails. Quinn, could you please share? Thank you. So the property is located at 26132 Carmel Knowles Drive, and the proposal is for an administrative permit to allow transient use of a residential property for remuneration or a short-term rental. Consistent with the regulations for short-term rentals, the applicants propose to have a maximum occupancy of 7 guests per contract and 1 contract at a time, and a rental period between 7 and 30 days. There's adequate parking on site with 2 parking spaces in the garage and 3 parking spaces in the private driveway on the property. The existing single-family dwelling is subject to the county's noise ordinance, and the operations plan specifies that quiet hours would be between 10 p.m. and 7 a.m. Site-specific rules established by the owner include no fires, no smoking, no events, and no illegal drugs on site. Additionally, there would be no on-site advertising for the property. And the property is not currently being rented out, so a local property manager has not been yet identified by the project proponent. Recommended condition number 5 would require that the applicants hire a local property manager that would be able to answer tenant or neighborhood questions or concerns 24 hours a day. This is a slide with the site plan and floor plan for the existing residence. The single-family dwelling has 3 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, and a kitchen. And here are the 2 parking spots in the garage and the available parking in the driveway. No off-site street parking is proposed. The project went before the Carmel Valley Land Use Advisory Committee on September 18th, 2023. The LUAC recommended denial of the permit due to multiple concerns. Number 1 being uncertainty if if there was a driveway easement in place for the subdivision, and what the terms for that easement would be. If there was a maintenance agreement or something along those lines. 2 being safety hazard that the short-term rental may pose to the neighborhood, and 3 being potential traffic problems and entry from Carmel Valley Road being unsafe. There is an existing driveway easement for the property that's described in parcel 2 of the grant deed. No road maintenance agreement appears to be in place for the property. Staff conducted a site visit to the property and did not identify any safety hazards on or near the property. It's located at the beginning of the Carmel Knowles subdivision, and guests would drive up Carmel Knowles Drive. There, as it is directly by the entrance, staff doesn't believe it would likely cause significant transportation impacts to the rest of the subdivision, as guests would not be traveling past that through the rest of the subdivision. Entering the driveway from Carmel Knowles Drive, motorists would need to make a left turn across 1 lane of traffic. Before making this left turn, drivers can see a line of sight beyond the bend here to observe oncoming traffic. Our engineering services division researched collision data along Carmel Knowles Drive. Within the last 10 years, they only found 1 accident report in November 2015, where the driver of the vehicle hit an object on the road. That accident occurred within the subdivision approximately half mile north of the project driveway. No collisions are reported at the existing driveway location. Staff has received numerous public comments, the majority of which are in opposition to the proposed project. And many of these comments are in opposition due to having visitors or tourists who prefer to enjoy the residential character of their neighborhood. Conditions of the permit seem difficult to enforce. The Carmel Valley Association also submitted a letter opposing the project due to a lack of cumulative impact assessment and the fact that no property manager is listed on the application. Many residents of the subdivision mentioned that they walk on the street and that having a short-term rental would be a hazard, as that is where they're walking. One neighbor who shares the entry to this driveway said that, I apologize, I'm not going to go through each individual one unless you'd like I have additional notes on these comments. And two other neighbors supported the rental. Staff acknowledged that we've received many comments in opposition to the project and that the LUAC has recommended denial of this project. In this case, the project does appear to be consistent with the existing regulations regarding administrative permits for transient use, and there don't appear to be any site-specific factors that would render the property unsuitable for this use. Therefore, staff are recommending that the Planning Commission find the project categorically exempt and approve the administrative permit. And that concludes staff's presentation. We did receive one additional comment yesterday regarding the potential for there to be existing covenants or restrictions on the property. We researched and we were able to find the original subdivision of these 4 properties from 1971. I can share that from my laptop, but in summary, it didn't have any kind of covenants or restrictions on it.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Commissioners, any clarifying questions for staff? Commissioner Daniels.
Thank you, and thank you for your presentation. In regards to this being consistent, or the staff determination that it's consistent and is moving forward because it's consistent with our policies in the inland area zoning, my question and concern is that when we have our discussions and we talk about in the staff report on page 2 that there are currently 5,033 residential dwellings in Carmel Valley, 30 short-term rental applications in the area, 8 have been approved, 22 are in different stages of review. If all these applications were to be approved, short-term rentals would make up 0.6% of the residences in Carmel Valley. I think I've brought this up in the past, but I find that statement to be really frustrating because we're really trying to assess the impact of one short-term rental. And if I were to ask you what host compliance tells us in terms of how many short-term rentals are in this area, I don't have the number off the top of my head, but it's in the hundreds, right? Like it's over 100 short-term rentals in Carmel Valley, in the Carmel Valley Master Plan area. I think it might even be over 200. I'm not sure. But so that if measuring the impact by the number of permits we've issued is just it's a faulty analysis from my perspective. And so I get frustrated when we see that. And then there was another, so that's in the discussion under land use. And then in terms of the public comment, I'm reading a response to a public comment that's on page 3 that states the proposed short-term rental is an allowed use for the area as the lot is zoned for residential. It also says here, the property is near the Carmel Barnyard Shopping Center, which offers multiple restaurants and bars that would benefit from tourism. I'm also uncomfortable sort of making that sort of statement in regards to short-term rentals as well, because we have 2 hotels in the immediate vicinity. We have the Carmel River Inn and we have the Mission Inn. And they're often vacant. That addresses visitation in the vicinity and tourism. And so I'm reading this, and I'd like it to be less, I don't know, trying to justify something that is in fact so detrimental. And I think that this is a great example. This sounds like, from what I heard in the presentation, that there is a family living in the unit currently as a long-term renter. So this is from the public comment. Maybe this isn't something that staff knows, but the public comment seemed to indicate there's a family living in this property, and if upon receipt of the application of the permit, there will no longer be a family living there. It will become a short-term rental. And so keeping that in mind, again, I feel as though we are creating, as a county, an investment opportunity for folks to make money that has a detrimental impact to our housing stock and to folks in the area. So I'm going to actually make that connection to another letter which came in, which was about the request for a cumulative impact assessment. And I just think with every one of these applications, I have the same questions and lead to the same sort of concerns that we need to look at this cumulatively and definitely not analyze it as 6.6% of the residences in Carmel Valley, because that's not an accurate assessment. And those are just, I know this was a time for questions, but I couldn't let those comments not be stated on the record.
So through the chair, no?
Ms. Israel, did you want to respond?
Yes, the project planner is on Teams chat with me and said there's no one living in the unit currently.
Thank you. Commissioner Shaw?
Thank you. So I had a question about on page 3, which is page 10 of our packet, in the draft resolution, under the land use advisory section, there's a statement that said that the chief of planning determined this operation of a short-term rental at this property would not result in an intensification of the use of a private road. And my question was, how was that determined that it wouldn't be an intensification? From what I see in this shared driveway, the shared road, is it's a very small area. That if it was just a family, you would also have kids riding their bikes and people hanging out and talking to their neighbors. And so anything outside of that, especially a short-term rental, would be a huge intensification. So I'm just wondering, what was the criteria that they used to determine this would not be that?
Through the chair. So when as we've done, and this is a finding that's been found on other short-term rentals as well, generally as a land use matter, the use as a short-term rental with limited occupancy, as this is consistent generally with presence, it doesn't suggest that there's not a change in the nature of the use, but the intensity is not more intense than a residential use. I know that, and this is some of the analysis that has gone into for our ordinances, some of the traffic analysis overall for short-term rentals. The data that does exist, it's not in all cases site-specific. We don't do a traffic study for every site in particular, but because long-term rentals or homes are occupied for the entire year, and for example, short-term rentals are typically a portion of the year, and then the nature in which it goes, that generally we have not found or observed an intensification or due to that use. So that was what was used to make the determination in this case, though acknowledging that it does change the dynamics of the use.
Commissioner, did that answer your question?
Yeah, I mean, maybe through the chair, I could just wonder, was it the same? Remember in some of the other traffic reports, the traffic engineers referred to it as a hotel or a motel, and those were the numbers they were referencing. Is this the same? Is that the same one being referenced here, or something different?
I mean, I guess what I would say is indirectly. Again, we didn't have a site specific, but yes, and some of this, it's off topic, but when you look at where there is available data in the absence of very site specific, generally all of the different categories where there is data for some form of transient occupancy compared to a full-time residential, the trip generation is typically shows as less.
Thank you. Commissioner Roberts?
The draft resolution refers to an operations plan, and I can't find it in my packet. It may be there, but if it's there, could somebody point it to me?
Yeah, it's on the site plans. It's the first page of the plan set, Commissioner.
And Mr. Angelo can pull that up because it is on your printout a little bit small, so he can pull that up and zoom in.
I think we're waiting to see the site plan. Yeah, we wait till we get that pulled up and then address Commissioner Roberts' concern.
Through the chair, I just couldn't find it at all, and so if this is it, it's also something I can't read, so yeah, I just would like to see it. It's on page, it's just after the resolution. It's after the conditions, so it looks like it would be maybe page 20, but it's.
Here we go. Just taking it for those listening in, we're just going to take a few minutes to make sure we know what's on this operations plan.
Through the chair, in just a quick read of this, I don't see anything out of the ordinary, but in terms of the public being able to provide comment, maybe everybody had access to this electronically, so they were able to pull it up. But again, if this is something that ends up in a physical file somewhere, it would be important to me that it's readable.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Shaw?
Thank you. I'm curious, in number 1, it says that there will be 4 bedrooms after addition is completed, currently awaiting on permits. I'm wondering if the maximum occupancy will change once that 4th bedroom is added? And if so, or if there's opportunity for that to change, what would the process be for that?
So the through the chair, the occupancy of this permit would not change. In order to increase the number of guests that they would they would need to come in and secure an amendment to the permit. The overall residential occupancy, if they wanted to not do a short-term rental and to rent it out permanently, would change based on the addition.
Commissioner?
Through the chair, sorry, just to clarify. So they can have 7 people now with the 3 bedrooms. Let's pretend that they get the permit and they have that 4th bedroom. All they would have to do is come in and file an amendment to add like a couple more people that could stay in that house during that short-term rental.
When applicants come in for an amendment to permit, it's reanalyzed.
Okay, thank you.
By staff.
And through the chair, this also proposes a term of 3 years. So this would be looked at again in 3 years at a minimum, depending on when that other permit, and if it comes forward.
Thank you, Council. Any further questions for staff? Commissioner Gonzalez?
Yeah, I believe it was mentioned that no one was currently living in this unit. And how long has this unit been empty, I guess, or not occupied? Is it a couple of months, a year, half a year?
Through the chair, we're waiting to hear back from the project planner. She may have some clarification on that.
Okay, yeah, because I guess the question that I ask is because I'm not sure if, I guess there was mention somebody was living there and then that nobody's living there. And so I wasn't sure if the applicant asked the tenants to vacate the place, maybe thinking that, the project was going to be approved. So that's kind of my thinking. Not sure what the answer may or may not be. But anyways, that's a clarification questions that I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Gonzalez. Commissioner Shaw?
Thank you. there was no mention of it. I'm just curious. So there's no HOA in this neighborhood?
I think staff is looking at their material to see if they can answer this question accurately. I think when I would just, as editorializing again, say that the planner who is most involved with this is not immediately available, so they're having to refer back for that information.
Through the chair. Zoe is on Zoom, so Zoe Zepp could speak, and she says that the applicant is on Zoom, so he could speak as well, or they could speak.
They will be invited to speak when we open public comment. Thank you.
And at that time, the name is Erin Ganage for the clerks, and she also says that there's no HOA.
Thank you. So no HOA, that question was answered. Everybody else got everything? I just wanted to ask if the proof of access ordinance applies in a case like this where there's a shared driveway, and if so, have we satisfied all of its requirements?
So yes, the proof of access, are you, to ask a clarifying question, are you referring to the private roadway ordinance in chapter 16.0? And yes, it would apply, and we've satisfied those requirements. In this case, there is an existing access agreement, but there is not an existing maintenance agreement. So that places it in what's called Tier 3. If there was a substantial issue regarding the maintenance of the roadway, the commission could impose a condition to require a maintenance agreement. In this case, we don't have any raised controversy regarding the actual maintenance itself. And the roadway ordinance also allows, or it doesn't really allow, but it states that if there ever is a maintenance issue, then individual owners have recourse through the California Civil Code.
Okay, thank you. If there are no other questions, I'm going to open public comment and invite the applicant or the applicant's representative to address us, should they care to do so. So I think we need to, Mr. Ganesh, do you have a presentation, or are you just able to speak to us directly?
Yeah. Am I unmuted? Okay. To address some of the questions, I'm not sure why the property is vacant or not. That is my client's. I know that we put in for his personal use to do an addition. What he'd like to do is, this is going to be eventually his retirement property. And so the addition, an additional bedroom, was for his personal use. There was no plan for doing additional rental or, people staying there. It was more of a long-term thought process that this would be someplace to what he could retire. That just kind of goes along with the same thing of using it or being able to still have the property and generate some money to offset the expense of the property until he could retire there. So the ultimate goal is for him to retire this property, but to make it financial feasible, he needs to, generate income in the meantime to be able to retain the property. So that's, his goal with this property. And it's not for, an investment that will be always staying a short-term rental, but in more of an interim until he retires.
Thank you. Do you have additional comments you'd like to make?
Just trying to think of if there was anything else, but no, I think that's it.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And I'd like to open the floor to any member of the public who would like to comment on this item. And I'm being handed speaker slips from Dale Agron, who would like to come forward and speak to us at this time. You'll have 3 minutes.
Dale Agron. I am an owner of a home immediately to the north. We share a lot line with the address that is requesting the short-term rental. I and many of the people who live on Carmel Knolls have been very much in opposition. I sent a letter in, including plot maps and aerial photographs, and evidently they did not reach you. So in any event, first of all, I would like to say it is not, in my estimation, or any of my immediate neighbors, my 5 immediate neighbors, an appropriate place for a short-term rental, because once you go through, you take the left-hand turn to turn up Carmel Knolls, you are going up about a 10% grade for about 100 feet, and then you have to make an immediate left-hand unprotected turn into a short shared driveway with 2 other homes. The 26123 is on the corner. To my knowledge, it is still occupied because I left a message with the current tenants. They could not come to the phone last night. I also spoke with the other neighbor, Nora Ward. You should have a letter from her in your packet. Currently, the other 2 homes that share the driveway have single working mothers in them, both with children. One of them is a teacher at Carmel High School, Nora Ward. I lived in 26122 immediately on the opposite. If you could put your plot map up again so that you can see this, the north side of the house, please. My home is less than 30 feet from the shared lot line with the fence. My home, from standing in my living room through a big plate glass window, I can look directly into the back bedrooms of the house. We have identical floor plans. I sincerely question whether the lot size is accurate. My lot size, which is not correct on my plot map, I had those appraised, and on Monday he found that the actual lot size is 0.14 acres. His lot is much bigger. It is not an appropriate place for someone who is doesn't know the area to make an unprotected left-hand turn at the bottom of a hill after coming to a full stop.
Thank you. Appreciate your comments, of course.
And it is, thank you.
I have a speaker slip from Patricia Roden.
Yes,
in the chambers.
She had to leave.
Okay.
She had to leave. The Rodens have lived across. I live just.
We're gonna have to.
I'm sorry.
Include your comments, but thank you very much. We do have people waiting online as well. If there's nobody else in the chambers, Mr. Foster, did you want to talk? Because we don't want to leave you out. If there's nobody in the chambers, I'm going to move forward and start inviting the people who have their hands up on Zoom, and I'm going to start with Barbara Mitchell. You have the floor. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. I sent in several letters on this and want to suggest, if you decide to approve this, that you limit the vehicles to 2 rather than 5. I have rented many short-term rentals legally in many cities, and I have never been allowed to have more than 2 vehicles at any property, even with a much larger property than this. And when you look at this property, they have 3 vehicles parked out there now in front of a 2-car garage, of which those 3 vehicles would have to either back onto the street or back up into the other people's driveway in order to get cars out of the garage if they were parked there. So it's really inappropriate to allow 5 vehicles. The other thing is, if you decide to approve it, since the county is trying to pass an ordinance to limit short-term rentals, I suggest that a condition be that this property will end permission to use this 6 months after any ordinance is passed that prohibits short-term rentals, or if they don't, or 3 years, whichever is longer, and that it not be renewable under any circumstance, and that it not be transferable, or there was someone who leased a house on our corner, and then the tenant operated as a short-term illegal rental during the pandemic. And I finally took enough photos and sent them into the county to get it red tagged and shut down. And there were sometimes 25 cars there. So I think one of the prohibitions has to be that they can't lease it to anyone who could operate it, and that it has to end at some quick period of time. I'm totally opposed to this. I do know Nora Ward, who lives next door, and she does have kids. She has major concerns. I don't know if she's on. A lot of the neighbors, we were supposed to be on last month, and we did ask if we could be on first. I asked Zoe if we could move this to first, and she said no. So I know a lot of the neighbors had to work or couldn't participate today. Thank you.
Thank you. Now have Nora Ward has her hand up. Ms. Ward, you have the floor.
Okay, so I had to unmute. So I am the other shared occupant of this driveway, and first of all, there are people living in that house. I'm in that house almost every day with them. They are my best friends, and he is obviously, it looks like, planning on kicking them out if this happens, which I think is atrocious. My kids play in that driveway. I walk my dog, my small dog, in that driveway. From their backyard, you can see into my kitchen. You can see into both of my kids' bedrooms. You can see my front door where packages are left. I'm a high school teacher. I work 2 minutes away. This is a neighborhood where renting a house is nearly impossible. And there are so many families always asking for rentals on Nextdoor, looking for a place to be in the school district. And I've been in that house for 8 years now. I've known every single family that's been in that house and the house next door. The house next door is a single mom with 4 kids who play in that driveway as well. My son, his baseballs go over the fence all the time, and we just go back there and get them because we're all friends. In terms of it won't affect the people up the hill, when you turn onto the driveway, every single direction, every single Google map, this or that, takes you all the way up the hill. Never once has an Uber driver, a Lyft driver, a DoorDash driver, anyone ever been able to find the driveway. They always go up the hill and they turn around in somebody else's driveway. I'm so against this. I'm obviously extremely passionate about it. This is a house that should be for a family. And my daughter was actually going to write in, but then she got too scared to write in because she's very concerned about somebody being able to stand in that backyard and look into her teenage bedroom, preteen bedroom. It just doesn't feel safe at all. And I'm done.
Thank you, Ms. Ward. Brenda Chow, you have your hand up. You have the floor in 3 minutes. Or you will have 3 minutes once we get the technology squared away.
Brenda, can you unmute yourself, please?
Oh, okay, sure.
Can you reset the clock?
Can Mr. Philip Angelo can go to the exhibition A, the page 15 of 18? Because I am wondering, one of the message on the item 7, the last word saying, the property manager and the owner are rich as follow, Tommy Ma and Ning Zhang. And then the address 2693 Octason Court, Colorado. I just checked on the Google map. There is no such address. So I'm wondering, for this kind of proposal, is anybody double check? Is anything that they can do according to their proposal? Especially the address, the reachable address, is not on the map either. And then the second thing is, I know Carmel Knoll Drive, they have HOA. And I've been asking for why not sending public notice hearing to the association or the residential in Carmel Knoll Drive? And then the answer is not that satisfied. So I think there might be a lot of other opposite person, but they have no idea how to follow in. So that's all my question. So thank you for letting me say.
Thank you for commenting, Ms. Chow. We very much appreciate that, and we will ask staff to take a look at those questions and perhaps come back with some insights. Jack Leisure, is that how you pronounce it? Has your hand up? You have the floor.
Hi. Yes, to the commissioners, I'm here to speak to raise issue with approval of this short-term rental. I'm a resident owner in Carmel Knolls number 4. I have previously submitted comment prior to the committee hearing in November. I described safety issues with traffic and pointed out a vehicle on pedestrian hit and run accident, which occurred on Carmel Knolls Drive in September of 2021. And more information is in my previous comment about that. Today, I am writing to raise issue with approving this short-term rental based on conflict with the proposed short-term rental ordinance and Carmel Knolls subdivision declaration of restrictions established prior to the subdivision planning commission approvals. The subject property is within the Carmel land use plan area, not Carmel Valley land use plan area, but the Carmel land use plan area. According to the Monterey Vacation Rentals Project Environmental Impact Report, the Carmel land use plan area is already overconcentrated with short-term rentals exceeding 6% of available housing units by 42 units. Approving this short-term rental will add to the concentration of short-term units in the Carmel planning area. The subject property is within the low-density residential zone, and no short-term rental will be allowed in the Carmel land use plan area low-density zone if the proposed ordinance is passed. The next issue is subdivision declaration of restrictions. And just to clarify, there is no mandatory HOA in Carmel Knolls. There's a voluntary property owners association, but there is also declaration of restrictions that I was able to verify for each of the Carmel Knolls 1, 2, 3, and 4 subdivisions. And I looked at these files in person yesterday at the Government Center. The declaration of restrictions were prepared by the developer Monterey Peninsula Associates and submitted to the Planning Commission prior to the subdivision approvals on June 24th, 1958 and June 30th, 1971. The declaration of restrictions prohibits any type of nuisance, no noxious or offensive activity. I'm going to skip ahead. You can read it in my submission this morning, but it is clear from the public comment the neighborhood views short-term rentals as a nuisance. Similar declaration of restrictions was created by Monterey Peninsula Associates for each of the 4 Carmel Knolls subdivisions. The record staff at Housing and Community Development was not able to locate any records from the APN 9A293-3, which was subdivided into lots, which eventually included the lot, which is a subject property. And I have a screenshot from that email in my submission from this morning. And I believe there would be a similar declaration of restrictions prohibiting nuisances such as short-term rentals that may exist. And it wouldn't be on the grant deed. It would be recorded just like the declaration of restrictions. And one last thing, the CEQA is dependent upon not a large-scale commercial operation, and saying that this is not a large-scale large-scale commercial operation is like saying Uber is not a large-scale commercial operation. This is a large-scale commercial operation using
you.
syndicated marketing platforms.
You need to sum up your comments, please, very quickly.
Oh, okay. So, yeah, so that's the CEQA. I don't think it is CEQA exempt if you view the marketing on Airbnb.
I'm going to have to say thank you and preserve the remainder of the time for others to speak. I appreciate that, and I particularly appreciate that you've sent in your material so that we do not run the risk of losing your thoughts. I have Mr. William Roden has your hand raised. Mr. Roden, you have the floor and 3 minutes.
It's Patricia and William Roden here, and on our speakerphone is Chandler's mother, Stephanie Chandler, and her partner Bo reside in the house. They pay close to $5,000 a month. They've lived there over 3 years. And they are good tenants. In fact, they cleared a bunch of area that the fire marshal wanted done. The landlord did not. That's what I can say about them. For us, we've lived here like 20 years. Since 2003, we have a shared driveway above the other. Dale there is came. We brought her there with our other shared owner, Mike. We unfortunately had to leave, so we're on the phone. We constantly have people who are not from the area turning around our driveway. They even go all the way in and do 3-point turns. It's quite dangerous. We have damage to our driveway from the cypress trees across the street, and also from people bottoming out on our slightly steep driveway that is asphalt and cement, and our driveway is getting ruined. It's also stressful to have unknown people. We found people after 10 p.m. in our driveway. I've had to go out, and people are lost frequently. People, even delivery trucks can't find 26132. The last thing we need is many, many people trying to turn around in our driveway. Also, it's too short of a turn. People go down the hill so fast, and it's just by sheer momentum. And it would be very hard for them to slow down. And we have cars stacking up sometimes. So instead of turning there, they turn into our driveway. They go all the way in. Anything else you'd like to say, Bill?
Yeah, I've been puzzled at the amount of apparent misrepresentations of
the applicants. When in fact they have excellent tenants who reside there and are part of the community.
They say there's no accidents. We've personally had 3 cars severely damaged in the last 5 years here. And we did report it to the sheriff's office. So
yes.
I'm not sure they're getting their so-called facts, but they seem to be questionable.
And yes, lastly, housing is in short supply. And this is the last place I have personally stayed in an Airbnb. I think, somebody renting a room out on Airbnb, but still residing in it is a whole different thing than somebody trying to capitalize on a house that should be allowed rental use to people paying good money in our community. So I think that wraps up our comments, and we're very concerned.
Thank you very much. We appreciate that joint testimony. So I see no more hands. Madam Clerk, do we have any hands up or additional comments via email?
We do not have any new emails and no hands up on Zoom.
All right, I'm going to allow the applicant or the applicant's representative, Mr. Ganage, to respond to anything they may have heard in public comment, should they care to do so. Mr. Ganage?
No comment.
Okay. That's fine. We just have to give you the opportunity if you wish. So that being the case, I'm going to go ahead and close public comment and bring it back to staff. Staff, would you like to respond to anything you've heard in public comment?
We're hoping we can provide a couple clarifications. We weren't aware that there were any existing rentals at the property. We did verify that the address on the plans is a real street address. There's also another property owner address that's listed on the development application. In regards to the restrictions on the property, I have the 2 minor subdivision files from 1971 that I can share my screen if you want to look at the conditions of approval for those, but they don't seem to include any of the kind of nuisance language that the one of the last commenters was referring to. One of the earlier suggestions was regarding restricting the number of vehicles from 5 to 2. That's certainly something that the commission could entertain if they wanted to apply that as a condition. And in regards to the expiration, there was a comment regarding the adding an expiration condition. We do have an existing permanent expiration condition recommended as part of our conditions of approval that would limit it to 3 years subject to a renewal. And that, that concludes everything we wanted to address. We're available for further questions.
Thank you. I think Commissioner Roberts has one.
Regarding the subdivision plans that you have from 1971, I'm wondering if, as staff, you guys feel that that overrides or supersedes whatever the member of the public has provided us, this declaration of restrictions?
We don't have detail on those declaration of restrictions. I believe that those do apply to the subdivision that they were recorded for. We believe that this was subdivided through a different subdivision process.
Then just maybe to clarify, so what was provided for us, staff does not believe applies to this particular lot?
That is correct.
Thank you. Commissioner Shaw?
Thank you. I guess I don't really have a question. I'm actually not interested in applying any kind of parking restrictions or expirations on this because I genuinely feel this is a completely inappropriate location for a short-term rental, strictly due to the proximity to the other homes and that shared driveway. As you know, I have an elderly mother, I have young children, and this is not something I would want if I was living in one of these other homes to have transient use. The traffic aside, the potential line about it being rented, I mean, we've heard multiple people testify that it is currently rented, but then we're hearing that this needs to happen as a short-term rental so they can make money, so they can eventually retire here. Doesn't sit right with me. I also believe, wasn't this the one that was continued so that the applicant could be here in person, but they're not here? A lot of things about this just don't sit right with me, and I don't think that there's enough information to change my mind that this is an inappropriate location for a business, a transient use like this in this neighborhood. We've seen other short-term rentals up private roads and still had a problem with them, and this is like right smack dab. It looks almost like a family compound, and I bet you that the neighbors feel that it's like a family compound, being that close and having that shared property. So not really any questions, just that.
Commissioner Gonzalez?
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify that I heard right that I guess the tenant was paying $5,000 a month, and is that correct? Well, that's like what I thought I heard. And the other question is, do we know how long ago Ms. Chow bought this property? Or
Staff, do we know how long the present owner has held this property? Do we have that information?
and I guess my question is more was that like, does she buy properties in certain different places for purposes of rentals and stuff like that? Or is it somewhere that she was planning on, I heard that she was planning on retirement, but I wasn't sure if it's like an LLC or something like that.
Thank you. I can let staff take a look at that while we continue the discussion.
And I believe Ms. Shaw was just showing me that it was bought in 2021. So anyways, that's answered. And so if I may continue.
Certainly.
I agree with Commissioner Shaw that, there was this back and forth of whether people live there or not, and that's been answered. I believe that one of the pieces for me is that, and several commissioners have mentioned it in terms of the housing stock. And if I think it's important for this particular area to stay, residential. And I'm glad that a lot of the different people who live in that particular area either went before the LUAC and also either presented today in terms of their opposition. So I know that there are some issues that were presented in terms of safety issues in terms of the small residential area. So I don't think I would be able to support for this area. I think I'd support it to stay as residential. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Roberts, did you have your hand up?
I was just going to say that at least anecdotally, the evidence showed that it was purchased in 2021.
Thank you. At least we have an answer to that. And I also heard the $5,000 a month in public comment as a figure. So we can't vouch for its accuracy beyond that it was stated on the record. Commissioner Daniels?
Thank you, Chair Deal. I want to refer back to some comments that were made by the applicant. And then also, just before I say it, say that these short-term rental applications sometimes force me to consider asking questions that I would not ask in any other context, which is hard. So I'm going to refrain from asking certain questions I'd love to ask of the applicant, and instead just make the comments on what the applicant's representative actually stated, which was that this was a retirement opportunity, and it was an opportunity that would allow for the owner to retire here. The short-term rental would make it financially feasible for the owner to invest in this property. It won't always stay a short-term rental, but we heard in public comment that the regular rental is about $5,000 a month or close to $5,000 a month. So you can guess that the short-term rental is going to bring in more money than that per year. So I have to say that I am increasingly uncomfortable with these short-term applications that we have had, these short-term rental applications, where we have created as a county an investment opportunity to purchase a second home well before anyone would be able to purchase a second home had we not created the short-term rental opportunity. It would not pencil out otherwise. And we're steadily seeing this with every single one of the applications that comes before us. It's someone from out of town who'd love to retire here. Hey, I mean, it's a great place to retire. It's a great place to live, but we've created the opportunity through this process of allowing folks to do that when it's not currently within their means to do that. And that is strictly coming from what they're coming here and telling us. That's not me making an assumption or having to ask any imposing questions. That's what they're telling us. And so that concerns me a lot. As I mentioned in the beginning of the hearing, there's a comment made in the staff report about the opportunity this would provide to the Barnyard Shopping Center, bringing tourism to the area. We have 2 hotels in the vicinity that do just that. And I did reach out to both of those hotels before this hearing, and they have vacancy. Pretty much all year round they have vacancy, except when you have the major events like Concours or some of the big things that come periodically to our region. So the good news is we have, drafted into the proposal for short-term rentals the opportunity to rent your house a few times a year when we have those big major events. So tourism will not take a hit if we deny this permit application. So I would prefer not to even see things like that in these staff reports. And again, my primary concern is the collective impact over time of these of these approvals. And it's the cumulative impact that was addressed in one of the letters. And I'm also concerned about the 3-year time period and what's going to happen in 3 years. We don't have a process that we've really outlined. I mean, it could look like they just sort of get grandfathered in and it's ministerial. So, you know, that concerns me as well. I will have the opportunity at a different level to discuss that, so that'll be fun. But I'm just gonna, you know, go out there and say, Commissioner Shaw, Commissioner Gonzalez, I agree with you and feel the same way about this project. I would have a very hard time supporting this application.
Through the chair, is it all right if staff interject?
Please.
I guess based on all the discussion and the concerns that are expressed at the hearing today, if it's looking like the commission is going toward the direction of denying the project, another possibility is to make a motion of intent to deny it and direct staff to return at a later hearing date with a denial resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Angelo. Commissioner Mendoza?
Yes. I agree with my fellow commissioners in reference to what's being discussed. The only issue I have, we're either supporting short-term rentals or we're not. And where I'm going with this is that this project seems to meet the same criteria of all the rest of them that we have approved in the past. And same thing, we had the local residents right next to these houses that were totally against them for the same reasons that we've listened to today. So we need to be careful in reference to consistency. And even though each project is in its own merits, if we're either supporting short-term rentals or we're not. If we're not supporting short-term rentals and our county is not doing short-term rentals, we need to come up with policy where we're not doing short-term rentals. Don't even bring them up, don't even submit them, and move on forward from there, because it's also not fair to the applicant and their representatives that are taking the time to submit these projects. And I know that each project is on its own, but we really need to be careful where if we have certain rules and we're doing certain things for certain homeowners or what have you, I'm just talking consistency. That's the only thing I'm saying. And I don't know if I'm using the proper verbiage or the proper way to voice my favorite thought here, but I think that we really, really have to be careful with that. We're doing short-term rentals or we're not doing them. And I don't know what we need to go for from here, but it's just my opinion.
Commissioner Mendoza, I'd like to address that. I absolutely agree with you about fairness. Fairness is critical. And I also agree with you that everything has to be considered on its merits. If it were merely a question of fulfilling the requirements, there wouldn't be a discretionary hearing. The reason for the discretionary hearing is to look at these things from the larger lens and determine whether there are specific considerations that differentiate a project from another project. So where I can say, at the moment, we have an existing rule about how we process short-term rentals in the inland area. So staff has quite properly analyzed this application with respect to the rules that they would use for any other application. That's the rules we're under right now. That's the law. So we're being asked that given all that, are there other things in this case that color our view to say, you know, even if it fulfills technically, we have some things that have come up that change our opinion about its neighborhood appropriateness in this particular case. Are there particular things that make a difference? And if the answer is yes, I think we would be fully entitled, without making a policy statement that we are opposing short-term rentals, even though the law says we have a process for permitting them. I think we have proven in this commission that we are not doing that. It's not a moratorium. It's not a de facto moratorium. It's not even a policy statement. We've taken every one that we've been brought and looked at it on its merits and made a decision of our recommendation or consideration based on the facts of the case. If it were not If we didn't have discretion at that level, it wouldn't be here. And that's, I believe, exactly what we're here to do in these inland applications where we have an existing ordinance.
Through the chair, if I could also add too, I do think some testimony has come out today that calls into question whether all the requirements of section 2164-280 have been met. And if the commission does decide to do a resolution of denial, staff can fully memorialize that in a resolution when we return.
Thank you. No, but I'm not taking issue with your question of fairness at all and consistency. Those are hugely important to me as well, and I appreciate you raising them. Commissioner Roberts?
I wanted to follow up on that also because as we listened to this, I had similar feelings as Commissioner Mendoza, like, are we being fair here and what's the difference about this particular project and based on other ones that we've approved? And for me personally, this particular project has, it's a small lot size. There's not privacy for the other neighbors. I don't know when we look at the requirements that need to be met to approve this, if those fall into it. For me personally, this one's a little bit different in that way. And so I think that's how I'm framing it. That said, my concern with this lot and this application is, this is somebody asking for permission where we've got hundreds of other people in Carmel Valley who have not asked for permission who are doing this. This person hasn't kicked out his renter and is just doing it. He's asking for permission, and then we'll kick out his renter. And so I struggle with the fact that because he's asked for permission, there's a big spotlight on this application. And it infuriates me that there's hundreds of other people doing this, with neighbors probably equally upset about it, that aren't getting the justice that these neighbors may or may not get. And, so that's my frustration.
I appreciate that. I wanted to just add one more comment slightly differently about my own reservations on this project. This particular area is an area that we looked at very closely in the general plan as being an area close to places where people work, where the jobs housing balance is particularly important in providing housing for people near where they work. We actually had a lot of discussions about this as an affordable housing overlay area in associated areas like this. So from my point of view, the location near services, near places of employment, argues very strongly about the particular need to preserve the residential use of this property as opposed to some that may be more remote or located in areas where it is further for people who are working to go. So it's just, I have an odd lens because of that experience, but I do feel strongly that somebody who works at the high school could live near the high school. That's what we're all wanting. It's best for our services, it's best for the neighborhood, it's best for the community. So that's particularly an area too, that rather than arguing that it being near the hotel is a good idea for short-term rental because it would support visitors, I would like to say that the fact that it is near the hotel and provides housing for essential workers who may be working at the hotel would argue for the elevated need to keep it residential. That being said, Commissioner Shaw.
I just wanted to kind of echo and reaffirm that I completely understand where the fellow commissioners are coming from about being torn about if they're coming forward, they're doing the right thing legally, and how do we view this, when we don't really have anything to guide us. We don't have an absolute black and white framework. And so for me, it's learning to be comfortable with, I understand that you're coming forward and doing the right thing, and this feels wrong to deny you on that front. And at the same time, it's not a black and white checkbox, and that is the blessing and the curse of this process, is that you can have your application viewed through a human lens. The neighborhood can have a voice. You can have actual humans from all different walks of life hear your concerns, and we can interpret it instead of just kind of, check all the boxes and now it's approved. So I guess it's getting comfortable with having these two very opposite feelings at the same time. And while I think some of those things are more applicable to other short-term rental applications we've seen, this one I feel like really steps very far outside the box of what I would at all be comfortable with. And even if I removed a lot of the other factors that are making me uncomfortable, it still just does not, for me, fit with this neighborhood and this compound type area. But I just wanted to say I hear you guys and I feel the same way, and I sit here struggling with it constantly.
Thank you, Commissioner. I know that's my feeling as well, and it would be so much easier if we would just enforce the rules that we have now, and then we could be considering these based on the rules that exist and not have to worry about the fact that we're trying to encourage people to obey the law, because I think it would be appropriate to discourage people from not obeying the law myself. Everything seems to come back to enforcement, and we don't have that purview here at the Planning Commission, but we can continue to voice our concerns. Commissioner Daniels?
Yes, just in terms of some of the comments that have been made, I think that the returning with an intent, a resolution with an intent to deny, it's all going to be based on the strength of that, right? I mean, if that resolution is strong and it considers all the things that have been discussed, I'm not at all uncomfortable making a decision about this particular application and whether or not it's appropriate for the neighborhood. I also want to say, far more extreme, many months ago we had a conversation at the Planning Commission about a moratorium until the ordinance was completed. And there wasn't support for that. But I think as each application continues to come forward, it's harder to overlook the cumulative impacts. It really is harder to say this is CEQA exempt. You know, it's not just one-off. It is a body of permits that are coming forward and that will continue to come forward that we are approving. And so I just want to sort of say that again, that I am somebody who would support putting the brakes on this until the ordinance is complete. That's all I've got. Thanks.
Thank you. If these applications were subject to CEQA, which I think we're saying that they aren't, I've never been super comfortable with that, but if they were, and we use CEQA as kind of the lens through which we view appropriate analysis, we would need to look at the existing conditions and not the permits. So any analysis of the number of houses related to the total housing stock in that context would have to include anything of which we have knowledge on the record, which I believe host compliance and numbers are currently on the record. So just trying to think through some of the issues that Commissioner Daniels has raised, I would like to suggest to staff in any future analysis, or even in this one, should we move forward with what I'm hearing is a motion when somebody gets around to making it, I'd like to see analysis that, even though it's not CEQA, it's persuasive to me as a way to look at the problem, taking into consideration the points that Commissioner Daniels has raised. So I'd like to suggest it as a lens now and in the future for these applications. Any other commissioners? What's your pleasure? I think we're come around to being ready for a motion. Should someone care to make one? Commissioner Daniels.
I would be happy to move that staff return at a later date with a resolution to deny PLN 220352.
Through the chair, would it be possible to continue to a date certain to return with that resolution so it doesn't have to be renoticed?
Staff, we could look to you for that.
Apologize, 1 minute, commissioners. I believe we're reaching out to the project planner on their availability and looking at the hearing schedule.
Would there be a second to that motion as it is understood, pending determination of whether it's to a date certain?
I would be happy to second that motion.
Been moved by Commissioner Daniels, seconded by Commissioner Mendoza, that we adopt an intent to deny and ask staff to return at a later date to be specified with a resolution to that point.
So I'll wait for the project planner to weigh in, but I can say, just looking at the next couple of agendas for what we do anticipate coming, I would say that the date certain could easily be May 8th. There's plenty of capacity there. If sooner is desired, this item with an intent tonight could go on April 24th, but that is a fairly full, depending on some things that may move. So I would just put that out there, looking at the overall agenda for what may work for staff.
Following up on that, through the chair, the project planner says May 8th would work for her.
The maker of the motion concur?
Yes, please add to a date certain, May 8th, to my original motion.
And the second?
That would work, May 8th.
Okay, everybody understands the motion before us? I think if there's no further discussion, I'd like to go ahead and take the vote. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, no. And the motion carries. Thank you very much. We really appreciate all the work staff has done, as well as all of the extremely helpful public comment. So that brings us down to our department report, I believe. Ms. Barretti, do we have one of those?
It's been a long day. I'll keep it very brief. I did just want to follow up with the commission. For those who weren't following, yesterday at the Board of Supervisors, the Garrapatta Creek Bridge Rail item came back to the Board of Supervisors. Previously, the board had approved a motion with an intent to deny. Staff returned with that resolution to deny the appeal for the project, which would essentially not grant the coastal development permit. In that, there were remaining concerns from the Board of Supervisors about potential safety issues, but there were still very strong sentiment that did not feel that Caltrans had done sufficient, kind of demonstrated sufficiently that they've really explored, and that provided to staff and the county sufficient evidence that there is not an ability to do an exception. And in particular, looking at potential higher level remedies if Caltrans really feels they couldn't do that to address and preserve some of the historical qualities. So with that, the board took action to continue the item and in fact to May 7th. It was continued to May 7th, and they will be appointing through Supervisor Adams' office a working group that would consist of Caltrans staff, community members, and housing and community development staff to try to take another stab at some sort of compromise approach that could be made, and Caltrans concurred with that. So that item will be coming back, and there will be an interim working group that will try to move the needle on that one.
Is there anything else? No, if that is all there is, and there is no further business before us, I'm going to go ahead and adjourn the meeting at 3:21, and thank everyone so much for sticking with it all the way to the end.